I'd like to call this meeting of the Clay County Commission to order. We will begin with our invocation. Commissioner, if you'd like to get us started.
Yes. Would you pray with me, please? Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for all the blessings you have given us. As we celebrate the birth of your Son, Jesus, help us to remember the true meaning of this season. Guide us in the decisions that we make this evening for this county and touch our hearts to assure that the decisions we make are not for personal gain or glory, but to serve those we represent. Thank you for all the blessings we enjoy in this great country. Please protect our first responders and our military. We pray all of this in your holy name. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Nolte?
Here.
Commissioner Withington?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Commissioner Wagner?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Thompson?
Here.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Here.
Next is approval of this evening's agenda. Is there a motion related to this evening's agenda? Commissioner Johnson.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
Motion has been made for the approval of this evening's agenda. Discussion? Seeing none, you are recognized to close.
I close.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Withington?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next on our agenda are public comments. Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on issues not on this evening's agenda? Seeing none? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, you may, of course. By the way, come on up to the podium, and this is a good point for me to mention that when you come up to speak to address the commission, please make sure the green light is on. That means your microphone is good. Then go ahead, state your name, and then address your comments to the commission. So please proceed.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Whitney Carlisle. I am a Clay County citizen and also a member of a local school board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I am here to respectfully ask that prior to voting to amend the Senior Real Estate Tax Credit Administrative Services, you take time to have a direct discussion with our local school districts. As of yesterday, there have been no conversations between the commissioners and the school districts that would be most impacted by this amendment. As elected officials, I believe we all share the responsibility to do our due diligence and ensure we are well informed before taking action. This decision involves real dollars that would directly negatively affect our students. Because of that, it is especially important that we take the time to fully understand all sides of this vote. In this case, I would ask, how can you vote for this amendment without first meeting with and listening to the leaders of our local school districts and other taxing entities? As far as I'm aware, the last conversation involving this issue occurred more than 2 years ago between Commissioners Nolte and Lawson and County Auditor Victor Hurlburt. At that time, it was communicated to local superintendents that the Senior Property Tax Credit Program would be applied to the operating levy and not the debt levy. Based on that understanding, school districts did not oppose this tax relief for our seniors. I want to be clear that I'm not here to ask anyone to change their position or how they intend to vote. My request is simple. I am asking that school districts be given the opportunity to have a seat at the table and have a conversation with the commissioners, to work together, share information, and better understand the potential impacts of this ordinance. By doing so, we can collaborate in a way that allows us to thoughtfully balance the needs of all Clay County residents, from our youngest preschool children to our senior citizens living on a fixed income. I appreciate your consideration in delaying this vote. Thank you for your time, your service, and for considering this request.
By the way, the reason that I had said issues that are not
Yes.
on the regular agenda was so that I think that when citizens want to make a comment on an issue that is before the commission for consideration, having the discussion kind of consolidated into
Okay,
one
I
discussion.
apologize for that.
No,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Okay.
I did, maybe I wasn't as clear as I should have been, but that would also allow, although this is on our agenda, we've not
Yes.
taken it up yet, but that allows more interaction with any citizen who wishes to come up and make comment. Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to go ahead and just, take this back up when we come to
Sounds
that,
great. Yep.
that item. Mr. Counselor, the question I have is this. This is on the agenda, but it's not up at this moment. I don't know that discussion is necessarily where we want to go until we take the issue up. Where do you come down on
Yeah,
this
I
thing?
would
Because it's
say-
a little gray area.
When it comes up for the topic on our agenda, that's when I would take it all
Okay.
up together,
Okay.
for sure.
That was my
Okay.
misunderstanding, not waiting until then, so appreciate it.
And also, if you want to come back up and make comments, certainly, we would ask that everybody who comes up to comment, certainly be courteous of the time of the other people here. I assume there are going to be a number of people who wish to comment on a number of items, so.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Any other citizens wishing to make comment? Commissioner Johnson, did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
Actually, yeah, no, I'll wait. First of all, hi, Whitney, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
No, I'll wait until it comes up on the, I just wanted to respond to something she said.
And I think with that comment in mind, perhaps when you bring it up later, if you could use that as a way to kind of incorporate that in your comments. Very good. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on issues not on the agenda? Seeing none. That brings us to our regular agenda. Mr. Administrator?
Yes, for our regular
That would be,
agenda.
I'm sorry, that would be 2025-352, excuse me. There you go.
Yes, 2025-352, request for a waiver of fees, interest, penalties, and taxes due to the county in error for Ryan and Kimberly Driscoll. We have Dieta Jacobs from our administrative department to speak to it.
Administrative Services Director Dieta Jacobs. Before you have a request for waiver of fees and penalties from Ryan and Kimberly Driscoll. The assertion is that they moved from their residence in February of 2024 and did not get the bill at the end of 2024 and were not aware that they owed taxes, and that the question is, how should she have known, or how should they have known that they needed to make that change? So they are requesting, because of a lack of knowledge of that and that they did not receive any notification of bill or how to change those things, that the penalties and interest are waived. And Ms. Driscoll is here to speak to you.
Hi, good afternoon. Kimberly Driscoll. Yeah, so I am aware that I do owe taxes every year. Just moving, I was not aware that it's upon the resident's responsibility to change your address on the state website or the county website, and that I was not notified that I didn't pay that bill. Me and my husband had thought that the other one had paid it until I went to go register his vehicle, and I cannot pay that until I have a 2024 property tax bill. And so I'm just asking for a little grace on that. I know that's my responsibility to pay it each year, but I was not to receive that bill unless I personally went on the website. But I guess assumed that since I moved within the county that it would be updated for me.
Okay. If you could remain for just a moment. Are there any commissioners who would like to inquire? By the way, I would also make a reminder that this particular resolution requires not just a motion, but an indication of either approves or denied box be checked. So commissioners who make motions if they could please bear that in mind, that would be helpful. Does anybody have any questions of the applicant? Okay. I see none. Anyone else wishing to speak on this issue? Commissioner Johnson, you're recognized.
I'll make the motion, ma'am. Thanks for coming in. But here is the problem. First, let me say, I don't like the way our system's set up. Our systems don't talk to each other. I don't like the position that you're in, because others have been in that same position. I don't like it. I think it needs to be fixed. I think we do things, we aren't as efficient as we should be. I come from another state, another county that this was never a problem. And notifications were made on a regular basis. You knew you had to pay. You couldn't hide from getting a bill from your collector. But apparently that doesn't work here. And unfortunately, the way the law is written, we can't give back we can't waive any fees, any penalties, any interests, any taxes, or anything unless we can show, that you can show, that it's the fault of the county. State law requires that. In other words, the state says, county commission, you don't have the authority to give her money back or waive any fees or penalties unless there's proof that it was the county's fault for this mistake. And unfortunately, this isn't considered the county's fault. This is just the system, the way the system works now. And the county is not at fault unless you have some other evidence that you can share that would, and don't forget to push the button. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
It's on.
okay. Yeah, so at what point would it be the county's fault?
Say
Because
we
I sat
lost,
through the 2.5 hour, like I didn't get to speak last commissioners meeting because we moved the discussion topic before. And so I did learn that the system is outdated and that the only reason that it has been updated was, I guess, reactively to this new senior citizen change. And that, again, to your point, other counties do speak to each other. So is it my fault that this system doesn't speak to each other?
not your fault, but that's how the system's set up. It's also not your fault that the state doesn't allow us, and not our fault, that the state doesn't allow us to waive those fees as much as I think all of us would probably want to. And maybe if there's anybody that wants to talk on it, on what would require, the question was, what would be considered a fault of the county? Is there, does the collector you want the collector to comment on that, or circumstances where we could waive those fees? Or maybe the city attorney or county attorney?
Well, the collector seems to be making her way up, so please come forward, ma'am.
Barbara O'Reilly, collector. Per state statute, I can only, if I'm directed by the commission, remove fees. It'd be the only way that I could do it, since it was not an error on our part.
I mean, I certainly can give an example or two. One that's come up recently is if it could be established that, in fact, the check made it to us and we lost it. I mean, that would certainly be a mistake. That would be an error on our part. And if we lost a check, we would still assess penalty, but then when we would find out from the taxpayer, we would certainly take those off and just and get the payment straightened out. So there are lots of times where an error or omission occurs. State law certainly places the burden on letting us know where you are for purposes of giving you a tax bill on to the taxpayer.
And so do you see any exception to the laws that would allow us to waive these fees for her?
I don't.
So that's the problem, because the system now requires you to make that notification when you move. Mm-hmm. That's what the law says. We can't waive it.
Okay, yeah, no, it's just, it seems to be like kind of a gray area.
I'm with
to
you.
where it's kind of set up to where all the responsibility is on me and none is on,
Yeah.
I mean, and we get annual reminders for the property. And you took my homeowner's property, and that's somewhere in the system that you have, that I paid for that address and not my previous address.
Wait, say that again?
So when I pay my homeowner's property tax to the county,
Yeah?
that's for a specific address and not my previous address. Like you took, the money was taken for my 700 versus my 1601 address. And so somewhere in the system you have that I paid property taxes on my house for my new address and you did not receive a payment for my old address. And so then the system isn't talking when it comes to my vehicles, but you willingly took my $4,000 for my house. And so I didn't get a bill. Like, they don't talk to each other.
Dieta Jacobs, Administrative Services Director. We do have cases where individuals will move but leave their addresses for their vehicles, their boats, anything like that at a previous address because they've got rental property. And we do not feel it's the place of the county to make the assumption that you want to move your property somewhere else. So that's why we leave it to the owner to let us know where their property is at or how to get a hold of them to pay their taxes on anything they own within Clay County on the 1st of January. When we start getting into multiple properties, we have individuals that have businesses and we have residences and then vehicles. The billing may all go to one place, but they're located different places. It's up to the citizen to tell us how they want to do that. So that's one of the challenges.
Yeah, I was also informed that it is set up that way, but I would argue that most people are single resident homeowners, and wouldn't the system be tailored to that rather than the people who own a rental property, like the onesie-twosies? I know that there's a lot more than onesie-twosies, but it should be tailored towards those single resident owners. And so I'm just up here arguing that it just seems a little kind of skewed that I moved within the county. I didn't move here, I didn't move away, my stuff, and you have my payment for my house. So it's just a little, and I understand, I was informed that you guys can't do anything per law and state. I guess I'm just also here to voice that the whole process that I've been through to try to get this waiver and being up here just seems a little silly to me as well.
Did you?
Scott had his button pushed. I don't know if you still want to talk or not.
Well, I was waiting until you were finished. I was going to recognize Commissioner Wagner. There you are.
I kept it on too long. I think, and this, I don't know if this sounds any better or not, but in the state of Missouri, it is the obligation. It's all about who has the obligation, and unfortunately, it's with the taxpayer, right, wrong, or otherwise. And I understand your, and even to my colleagues' comments related to the systems we have, but even if the systems talk to one another under state law, it would still be the obligation of the taxpayer.
Yeah. Yeah, and you just don't know what you don't know. I
Right.
wouldn't have known where I would needed to notify you
Well,
guys.
and I'll even say, you are not the first to come before us with that exact same issue, and which doesn't make it any better. But I at least, since I know I've got at least one state rep in the room, to at least point out that because of that obligation, that's why we have to deliver bad news
Yeah.
when these issues come before us. So I at least want to recognize that, and at least, in my mind, use, whether it's burden, as the county councilors used, burden sounds so awful, but maybe obligation isn't much better. But that's just how it's looked at.
Yeah, so I guess then the end that I hope that the new system or whatever you're changing to, there is maybe a notification like, hey, did you move addresses, some way.
Sure.
That then again, anybody who seems to have sold or bought a house, that they would, hey, if you moved from the Clay County to purchase this house, I don't know how that would be done. And I know that's a lot to ask, but
Yeah.
it's just getting that extra $400.
Well, with the miracle of AI, you would think,
Yeah.
and we'll see if we're close to that. I
Yeah.
don't know. But
Okay.
I appreciate you being here.
Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yeah, that brings up a great point. We'd suffered through this. I remember a lady that came before us that had cancer, had been, all kinds of problems, and we were unable to help her. I'll never forget her. It broke my heart. So while we have a state rep sitting here, I would say this is something I would like to very much see, that the ability for this body to be able to handle our own fate here and help these people if they need a break on these taxes under strange circumstances. There's going to be some that just don't care and let it go. But we have people with extenuating circumstances. I would like us to have the ability to say, yes, we can help you, or no, we can't because you should have done such and such. So bottom line is, see what you can do. We all love you, and we know that you represent us very well. So see if you can help us and try to get this as a bill or whatever you need to make happen so that we can start taking care of our own business without the state being involved.
I'd like to say that I had, during my time in the legislature, the way the state of the law was when I entered the legislature was, even if it was the county's fault, we were prohibited, as a county commission was prohibited from passing on the penalty and interest. Mind-numbingly stupid, but that's the way it was. When I was down there, I was one of the people pushing legislation to get that changed, and we were successful. However, we were successful to the extent that it had to be a fault of the county. That was the best we could do at the time, and that was far from a slam dunk. We had a lot of fighting and backing and forthing just to get that part done, and it was a bit of a revelation to me that something so commonsensical as saying, if we mess up as a county, we shouldn't make you pay, was controversial, but it was. And it took a lot of work to get just that done. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking to chairman of one of the relevant committees on property taxes. We're talking more broadly about property taxes and what kind of relief we could be looking at in the next year or two from Jefferson City. And this is something I think that should be included in that conversation. So hopefully we will be able to get something put together on that. But like I say, some things that seem common sense are not, that doesn't necessarily translate into the real world, or into the political world. Common sense doesn't always transfer over. So with that, Commissioner Johnson, I believe you wanted to also speak again?
Yeah, just want to echo and thank Commissioner Lawson. I agree with her 100%. For those who don't know, we have State Representative Mark Meredith right here in the audience, and I want to also encourage him to maybe if there's to find a way that the state would allow counties to make their own decisions when it comes to these fees and being able to waive these fees for whatever circumstance we think is appropriate, I think would be a good thing. And maybe you and I could talk more offline about that, about maybe something we could do about that. But we get people here that come all the time that are good people, pay their taxes on a regular basis every year, never miss, and some fluke thing happens, and all of a sudden they get huge fees. And the fees which are, we don't get to decide those fees. I think that comes from the state, but there's fees and penalties and everything else that go with different things. This one, there's a $379.62 penalty on this. And it's kind of steep for the amount of what the bill was. That's about a fourth of the bill. Anyways, but unfortunately, oh wait, do you want to talk first? I was going to do the motion, but go ahead.
Okay, Commissioner Wagner, go right ahead.
Just a
and I'll come
passing
back.
comment for the representative, no pressure.
And his cell phone number is, no, I'm kidding. Commissioner Johnson, if you're going to make the motion, and we can always have some more talking after that, some more discussion of that, but is there any other commissioner who would like to weigh in on this at this moment? Commissioner Johnson, you are recognized.
Yeah, I will say that our state rep is a good man and always fights for the taxpayer and fights for our people, so we're lucky to have him. And if he can get done, he can do it. With that, unfortunately, I have to move to approve 2025-352 with a box marked denied.
Motion's been made for the approval of 2025-352 with the box marks denied. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, you are recognized to close.
I close.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Withington?
No.
Commissioner Lawson?
And is sent to general agenda. Let me know, and we will make that happen. With that, that brings us to item 2025-375. Administrator?
Yes, 2025-375 is approval of invoice payments for Clay County Prosecutor's Office for the period of December 6th to December 17th of 2025. We have 23 invoices totaling $13,750.96.
Commissioner Johnson?
Move to approve 2025-375.
Motion's been made for the approval of 2025-375. Further discussion? Seeing none, you are recognized to close.
I close.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
I recuse myself.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Withington?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner? Motion passes, 5 in favor, 1 recusal.
Next item is 2025-373. Mr. Administrator.
It's approval of RFQ number 126-25, MoDOT Approved Engineering. We have Tom Degenhart, our Road and Bridge Director. Have any further questions regarding that 2025-373?
Please proceed.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tom Degenhart, Road and Bridge Director. Excuse me. This resolution is for the approval of RFQ number 126-25 that establishes an approved list of engineering design professionals for bridge and culvert design and construction engineering. There is a need for these services based on our upcoming box culvert projects and potential MoDOT BRO projects. We received 11 responses from qualified engineering design professionals. These responses were evaluated and rated by 3 Road and Bridge team members, and ultimately 5 were selected to move forward. Those 5 are Finnis Corporation, Benish, Great River Associates, McClure, and Olson. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Very well. Commissioner Johnson.
Move to approve 2025-373. It has 5 different parts on here. It's all in one motion, right?
Motion's been made for the approval of 2025-373. Any further discussion? Seeing none, you are recognized to close.
I close.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter? Yes. Commissioner Withington?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. That brings us to 2025-382. Mr. Administrator?
Yes, we have 2025-382, approval of RFP number 76-25 regarding our investment management service, and we have a treasurer here to speak regarding it.
Please
Dawn
proceed.
Yurkovich, Clay County Treasurer. Our request award of the RFP 7625 and professional services contract 2025-382 for investment management services with Government Portfolio Advisors, GPA. Does anybody have any questions for me?
And to expand on that, this group was selected through a vetting process that was headed by our treasurer along with our county auditor and other staff that reviewed the RFP applications that we had to make the selection that would provide us consulting service regarding our investments.
Very well. Are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Johnson.
Move to approve 2025-382.
Motion's been made for the approval of 2025-382. Any further discussion? Seeing none, you are recognized to close.
I close.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Withington?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thanks, Don.
Brings us to 2025-387. Mr. Administrator.
Yes, 2025-387 is approval of right-of-way easement with Platt and Clay Electric Cooperative. We have John Davis, our Parks Director, show you some different information regarding this one.
Please proceed.
John Davis, Parks Director. Tonight, we've got a request to approve a right-of-way easement with Platt Clay Electric Cooperative. Platt Clay is upgrading their system from Phase 1 to Phase 3. They did this over at Trist Falls Park a couple months back. Now they're doing it at Rocky Hollow. On the map, as you can see, everything in red that's 6 power poles they'll be removing at Rocky Hollow Park. And then everything in yellow, which is 3 poles they will be adding in the park. Any questions?
Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, can you see any reason why we wouldn't do this?
No, sir.
In that case, I move to approve 2025-387.
Motion's been made for the approval of 2025-387. Further discussion? Seeing none, you are recognized to close.
I close.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Withington,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. That brings us to our next issue, which is 2025 Ordinance 27. Mr. Administrator, I believe there are a couple of presentations to be made. Then we will have any questions from the commission. And at that point, anyone who would care to comment on this, excuse me, please kind of queue up. Can I see a show of hands of how many people would like to comment, just so we get an idea of how many would like to say something on this issue? There's 2. Okay, I will assume the Spirit may move others as we go along the process. With that, Mr. Administrator, if you'd like to get the ball rolling.
Sure. 2025 Ordinance 27 is approval of amendment of ordinances 2023 Ordinance 42 and 2024 Ordinance 27, Section 38-06, Senior Real Estate Tax Credit Administrative Services item. One of the objectives you gave us as staff was to look at the existing ordinance and look at the requirement for the debt levy as a portion of the tax credit. So tonight we got it reviewed by our county counselor. I'll let him speak to the portion that is up for tonight as far as the removal. And the other portion we have is our county auditor, Victor Hobart, will provide additional information regarding the financial impact of that. Yes, they can.
So based on the conversation we had at our last meeting and what I heard to be at least consensus in what the change might look like, we took the scope of 3806, which has 3 sections, and essentially removed the first section. And the first section indicates that it shall not apply to property tax levies for bonded debt obligations. We've removed that, and so with that removal, it would in fact apply to those things. The one caveat I would like to make sure everyone, and we've said this every time it's come up, this will not impact this year's bills. So any taxpayer hearing this, please understand that there's no way that this change would impact the 2025 bills that you have received recently. So with that, who else wants to speak as to it? Yeah.
All right, good evening. Victor Hurlbert, Clay County Auditor. From our discussion last time, the request was made to look at kind of the financial fiscal impact from making this change of applying debt levies to the Clay County Senior Real Estate Tax Credit Program. So that's what I've done. Essentially, my objective here is to give information and facts to that end. I will say I've had a lot of calls in my office myself, and I know many others in staff have from seniors regarding, confusion about the tax credit. Kind of a thought that this would have been a freeze, and it has not been the case in 2025 bills. And, the county did communicate throughout the rollout of the program that it would not be a freeze, that some levies could in fact change, like the blind levy, the senior tax credit. We've also heard some concerns from political subdivisions who have those debt levies, many of whom are here tonight. And so I think I'm hopeful that at the end of this brief presentation, basically you can take away some context and facts to help inform your decision on the ordinance. So with that, real quickly, just a short 14 slides kind of roadmap of where we are going. We're going to talk about where we are currently. So what is the fiscal impact from having a tax credit on those operating non-debt levies? From there, we'll talk about what the heck is a debt levy, and then what would it mean to apply the tax credit to general obligation debt levies. And then finally, we'll discuss if we were to combine those two, what would be the fiscal impact. Okay, so where we are currently, statute required under SB 190, later amended with, I believe, SB 756 in 2024, that the counties report to all the political subdivisions by November 30th the total of the fiscal impact from the tax credits. That number was $3,260,717.86 after we have taken 2 cities actually had their operating taxes from property taxes decrease from 24 to 25, Missouri City and Avondale. So we removed those. Those were small amounts. But in essence, the 3.2 million represents, just in context, about 0.5% of total expected, anticipated, or projected property tax revenues of $612 million. The amount from 2024 taxes produced about $585 million. And so we expect from the Hancock Amendment growth in new construction that it would go to around $612 million. The collector's annual report at the end of February will confirm that final number. So when we look at that delta, or that growth from $585 million to $612 million, 3.2 million is about 12% of that expected growth. So it would be 12% less revenue growth, a net increase of about $23.7 million. So that's where we are today. I broke out, so it's a little bit hard to see, but we can look at in chunks all the political subdivisions. So we're talking the operating levies. You have the cities before you, makes up about 15% of that 3.2 million at $477,000. The largest one, City of Kansas City, roughly $366,000 of less property tax revenue growth due to the senior tax credit. Next, you got the schools. This makes up the most of the impact at 64%, roughly $2 million total. The largest being the North Kansas City School District, $966,000 less revenue growth, followed by Liberty School District, $423,000, and so on. You got the ambulance districts, only about 1%, $44,000, our Northland Ambulance District and Eastern. You look at county-wide levies, it's roughly 17% of the credits, $569,000, including the county's levies of about $31,000 less revenue growth. The library district, $292,000. And I should have mentioned here the method in coming to this calculation is to take the assessed valuation of seniors in the program from 2024 versus 2025. You divide that number by 100. You multiply it by the applicable levy rate, that gives you the total revenues. And then to find the credit, we took the 2025 revenues minus the 2024 revenues, and that's essentially going to give you, or 24 minus 25, I'm sorry, to give you the credit or the difference, because it would have been a higher amount otherwise. And then you have the fire districts, about 3% of those credits, $91,000. And that is it for operating credits, $3.2 million. So that's where we stand currently. Okay, what is a debt levy? So an operating levy is more titled something as a general levy, something to that extent that supports something other than a debt obligation. A debt obligation is when you're financing a capital project, and you need to build a building, do a renovation, et cetera, and you lack the funds to do so, you go to the banking finance world to essentially seek that funding. The Missouri Constitution talks about if that amount is more than a year's worth of revenue or cash, you have to go to a vote. So if you go to a vote, there are limits to the threshold for the total amount of debt. For schools, it's 15% of assessed valuation. Schools or counties and cities, it's 10%. That's a large number. Most jurisdictions are nowhere near that. Total assessed valuation is somewhere about $7.5 billion countywide. However, in Section F of the local governments section of the Constitution, it does talk about to issue the debt, you have to levy a rate that provides the principal and interest to pay that debt. So the provisions we relied on initially in our ordinance to essentially exclude debt from the senior tax credit related to the Hancock Amendment calculation, in that debt is not calculated with respect to the Hancock Amendment. What is that? The Hancock Amendment says property tax revenues can't go up the lesser than inflation or the reassessment rate. no higher than 5% or the inflation rate. So the rate in 2025 was 2.9%. So debt is not calculated in that fashion. Other levies have to roll back if there's a revenue windfall, for lack of a better term, over that amount. The debt levies are not calculated that way. So I'm not going to get too far in the weeds, but bear with me. What is used to calculate debt is Form C. On the pro forma, it's a state auditor's office form. This is it. To briefly explain it, what is submitted to the state auditor's office for certification for compliance with state laws is essentially take total assessed valuation. This can't change. It has to be exactly what the assessed valuation is. In fact, SB 190, the statute 137-1050.4 says you can't adjust what is assessed valuation. Then you take your debt service. This should be from a standard bond amortization schedule, and it should be supported. But that is what is reported in that line. You can gross up your debt for the commission rate that the county takes. So you have a 1.5% commission between the collector and assessor's offices. And then you can also add up to a year of reserve for your debt service, and that gives you your total debt service. However, you have to then back out what you expect to be your balance in your debt service fund, and that gives you your total debt service. You divide that by assessed valuation, multiply it times 100, that's your levy rate. So I just kind of give you some context on how this is calculated. Boards can take a voluntary reduction from their allowable rate, and many do so. I found that all the school districts have a voluntary reduction. A lot of the cities do, not all of them, but that's also very common. So that begs the question, why would debt go up? So that kind of, what is the purpose? Why would we need to have a tax credit on debt? So the main reason it would be when voters approve new debt issuances, or if there is no debt, basically to establish a new debt levy. That's certainly the most common case. The only other thing that I can stipulate would be, the timing of the amortization schedule. When is the debt versus when was the election? And then, like I mentioned, you could have fluctuations in that voluntary reduction. Okay, so there's a quick background. Moving to the debt credit. So the fiscal impact, if we were to apply debt, and again, this is going forward. So I'm using this year's numbers. This wouldn't really affect this year's tax bills. But that number right now is, based on today's data, is almost $2 million. The Smithville School District points out that they had a situation where they had a voter-approved debt transfer. So what that means is they took 30 cents of their levy from the debt levy and moved it to operating. Voters approved it. And so what that did is, as we interpreted the current statute and ordinance, we increased the senior base on operating by 30 cents, and the lower debt payment is what it is. Because under the ordinance, if there's a lower liability, you pay the lower amount. That's under SB 754 as well. So that's one instance that I want to point out there. But roughly $2 million of debt credit, so that amount would be about 0.3% of total expected revenues, 7% of the expected revenue growth. So if the total of the debt and operating had been applied, revenue growth would have only been 21.7 million. So I'll move to the next slide. I put all the applicable jurisdictions in one slide. 16 jurisdictions are listed here. For that total of roughly $2 million. I do want to bring up that what's uncertain from my position in looking at compliance questions relates to the votes. So I've highlighted, and this was a question that came up in last discussion, we had three, from looking at the results of the elections in April, we had 3 school districts that passed initiatives. We mentioned Smithville. North Kansas City School District passed a debt issuance. or extension, and so did Platte County. And so it brings the question, currently, we are applying that if voters approve an increase, that would increase the base. And so today, I'm here to report to you the fiscal cost of applying debt to the senior tax credit program is $2 million. But if it's a scenario under our current interpretation that voter-approved increases would apply, so for the North Kansas City School District, that is $1.1 million of the $2 million. It's about 57%. And so that's a significant amount. I just want to, eyes wide open, make that clear to the commission about if this ordinance is approved as it stands, we don't really know how to handle the next vote. Because those seem to happen pretty frequently, whether or not they'll apply or not. And I think from what I hear, the intended outcome of changing the ordinance is to help seniors get closer to a freeze. We do know that the state's blind pension levy of 3 cents is exempt under the state constitution, but we have heard from legislators that their intent and understanding was a freeze. But if the goal of that is to occur, that the question remains from where I sit, what do we do about voter-approved increases? Because that, in 2025, that was 60% of the debt increase. In addition, I do want to address the retroactive question. We're not affecting this year's tax bills. That's been discussed. But the question does become about next year. How do we calculate the bill? So the current ordinance talks about the base being the year you turn 62 is the year prior to that. So that's still 2024 for people who are 62 as of 2025. And so technically, again, from where I sit, I think the appropriate interpretation and application of the ordinance, if passed tonight, is that we would go back to 2024 and we would apply this credit amount. If there's something that specifies otherwise, we'll follow that. I mean, absolutely, that is what it is. But that's my interpretation now. I think the ordinance does talk about you can't go earlier than January 1st, 2025. That's the case. But this is how that we know the 2024 base, that's how it would be applied. But again, we have the question about the votes. So I don't mean to add a bunch of complexities to this, but I just bring that to your attention. So finally, I'll leave this and I'll open for questions. If it were all combined, the total credit would then go from about $3.2 million to roughly $5.2 million. Today, if you net the two, $3.2 million less that roughly $2 million, you're at about a $1.2 million, like net impact, is what seniors are experiencing. So in some jurisdictions, seniors are seeing their net tax bill actually, increase. It would have been a lot higher without the operating credit, of course, but it could have gone up, or it went up at least compared to 2024. And if we were to apply the debt, just to make things even more confusing, that number would be, $4.1 million, because you'd have roughly $800,000 applied, and the net would be $2.4 million. Okay, so the total $5.2 million, though, is about 1% of property tax revenue, is about 19-20% of revenue growth. And I did want to kind of make this make sense for individual households, and those are the last three bullets there, that currently it's about a savings of $191 per household when you got 17,114 parcels. If you applied all of the debt, it would go to another 117 or 308. That's an increase of 61%, so it is a big component of this program. So that is what I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Discussion, Commissioner Withington, did you want to?
I have a different question not related to this. Well, it's related to SB 190, but it's not related to the debt, so I'll ask that.
Certainly seek recognition when you feel the time is right for your question. Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Victor, for this presentation. As usual, it is very complete, has lots of numbers, and I love digging into those. Would you go back to your last spreadsheet slide? There you go. This may be an unfair question for you, but I'll ask it in case you have an opinion and perhaps others in our audience would then ask it. So, as you pointed out in the later slide, there's the difference between debt and operating. As you point out on this slide, though, were we to move forward, there's a debt credit then, and since it's at the top, North Kansas City Schools, there would be a debt credit of $1.1 million. But my question to you maybe is a somewhat financial, procedural one. So if the bond is out in the bond market, and when it was put out, it had the full credit of the present numbers minus SB 190, hits the market, now there is a credit, or in this case, $1.1 million that is no longer available because of we remove, or we take that, or we remove that, or we freeze that, or we rebate that, whatever we want to use. The question becomes then, what makes up for that? And it would be my assumption that now that is made up out of operating to make sure that there is coverage for that debt. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yeah, Commissioner, I think that's absolutely correct. I think council spoke on this last time in our discussions with bond counsel, of course. You know, I think political subdivisions are going to make sure they pay their debt, right? It's kind of like first priority of before anything else. And so, yeah, I think they would certainly find a way. You know, it depends on the size of each debt obligation. I don't know that I have all that information. If these amounts are material and then in the scope of their entire financial operation, I think it's going to depend organization by organization. As far as on the market and municipal bonds, I know from the county's perspective, which isn't the same as everyone else.
Sure.
But we have kind of an annual rating review from our credit rating agency, and so they review kind of our current financials, and so sometimes those aren't necessarily like rating actions, so to speak, more just informational updates. So I think we're comfortable, and I'll defer to council. We talked with bond counsel about this concern, and it was not really to the level that we thought that would happen, but they did talk about they would disclose this, especially in future issuances.
Then other question, again, may be unfair, but maybe it invites others to answer. Your later slide, I think, mentioned GO, general obligation bonds. And so thank you, sir. I think it was this one. Yeah, GO debt exempt from Hancock calculations. So would the one probable thing that could result should something pass, either you're disclosing this as a risk to the bond market, or instead of a no tax increase bond, future bonds would probably have to stipulate a tax, or would it matter as far as this discussion with this particular clause? Because maybe I'm answering my own question, but whether it was a no tax bond or here is a tax bond, you would still be rebated no matter what. You know where I'm going with that?
I see a challenge. I see a challenge because, and others might be able to speak to it better than myself, but I think the challenge is, the size of the debt is the size of the project. And then so to calculate, the tax to cover the debt service on whatever the size of the project is, again, I go back to Form C. You calculate it, and so you just have a shortfall. I guess I don't know that I see that you could increase the taxes on others to make that up. because, again, 137-1050 says you report the assessed valuation, you report the debt service, this is your rate. These are your revenues. So now there could be a path to go to voters to ask for additional increases to cover that.
Right.
I think we discussed that, before, that I think that could be a way to do that. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'll stop there. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Thank you. That was very helpful, and I appreciate all the numbers as well. And I know it's complicated, and it's going to keep being complicated, for some time going forward for everybody. Can you go to the final slide? Yeah. So it was about 12% just operating, and about another 7% if we were to elect to add in the debt. For a total of 19% of the growth. And that came out to 5.2 million. Going forward, obviously, time will keep passing. Every 2 years we do reassessments. Would it be fair to assume that a similar thing will play out again in a couple of years with regard to these numbers? Such that maybe approximately 19% of the new growth 2 years from now would again be captured by the freeze?
It's a very good question. I think, it would affect each year's growth factor depending on the amount of seniors in each respective jurisdiction that own, residential, because it depends on how much is your taxing jurisdiction's residential real estate component of your total assessed valuation, and then how much of that is owned by eligible seniors as the primary residents.
But we wouldn't expect that to change significantly from the numbers you've collected here. So like in 2 years, the county's senior population isn't going to be dramatically different. It may well shift a little bit such that the percentages are a little bit different, right?
I think it can change. Yeah, I think, we know there's an aging population, but
of course,
at the same time, Clay County is a growing county, fortunately, so that's hard to say. I'm not a demographer. But I will say, as far as like reassessment year versus non-reassessment year, I don't know how much that changes a ton, because again, you're allowed up to 5% every year, no matter what happens with assessed valuation of an increase. So you just, adjust the levy either way to have that allowable increase each year. So I could see it being, a similar amount each year.
So, yeah, so I just want to sort of play it out over time. I sort of talked about this a little bit in the initial discussion on this subject. I'm personally not overly concerned about the $5.2 million number, though it is obviously a large number, and then which is about 90% of the growth. I just would reiterate that, property values, if they continue at the trend that they've been going, every 2 years we're going to do a reassessment. And so this will play out again, in which 19% of that new growth will again be frozen at 2024 base. And so you would have every reason to expect that there would be another 5.2 million, perhaps even a larger number, because dollars over time. So, but even if you kept it at 5.2 million, I think the expectation should be that in a couple of years when we do another reassessment, that there would be an additional, call it $5-6 million captured at that time. And so that will be added to this number. So once you're 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 6 years from now, that $5.2 million number, which includes both operating and debt, becomes 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, and so starts to grow into being a sizable number that may well more robustly impact our taxing jurisdictions. But I just want to make sure that I understand that correctly, that there will be an ongoing freeze at the 2024 base, which will continue to capture, call it 19% of the new growth that is being experienced across the. I think these numbers are very helpful for understanding this year and next year, but I think we ought to always keep in mind that this is a policy that will impact things 5, 10, 15 years down the line as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. I believe Commissioner Lawson was in first, but something happened to where she got dropped off. Commissioner, is it okay if we go to Commissioner Lawson next and then yourself? I don't really mind whichever
I
you
remember
want.
hitting my thing. Yeah, you go first. Okay.
Because she had, you had gone also, there was a little blink here. In any case, Commissioner Lawson, please proceed.
You know that, as John just mentioned, it is pretty frightening when you think about it. To a senior, it means the difference maybe of $500 or $1,000 that they're struggling to get. But then you look at what the school is possibly going to have as a shortfall, it's pretty powerful. The thing that I didn't see, and maybe I missed it because I am no numbers person, I'm just a bottom line girl, but in all of this, did you figure potential growth each year for those people who are not seniors that are coming into the county and paying taxes? So, you know, there's a little bit less of a deficit on that. Was that taken into account?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think in our earlier discussions a few years back, we did look at what would be kind of the net growth even after the senior tax credit. Yeah, so we have looked at that angle for sure. And so like in our current situation, if we're talking about up to 19%, why that 80% growth would still accumulate as well on the same side.
Okay.
So, you know, kind of what I talked about here, I mean, rough numbers, it was like 585 million, all taxing jurisdictions, not the county, to 612 million, but it could be more like 607 million, and then you just keep going, right?
Commissioner Withington, and I apologize, they're blinking back and forth, but I will make sure that every commissioner has their say, so please proceed.
Yeah, so my question is not for you, Victor. Damon, I had asked that we also look at how we can make it to where seniors don't have to reapply every year. I know our friends to the west, Platte, figured it out. And I talked to Wes Minder, and he explained to me what they were doing. Have we figured out how to do that here in Clay County so people don't have to reapply every year?
Yeah, we've looked at it. As far as the reapplication process, it's really just a verification more than reapplication. The verification is if, say, for instance, if a senior comes here, provides their ID, we verify that and just check a box. So our procedure right now is pretty mundane or pretty rudimentary, or you can just mail something in that shows that you were verified, which is a notarized document to provide. So for that standpoint, that process will start, this coming year. If it's something that we'd like to do something different regarding that one, we can look at that and reevaluate what you'd like to move forward with.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Wagner?
Thank you. It's probably the best time to jump in because of the question that was just asked. I spoke, as I did the last time before we had this discussion, with the Jackson County Collector. They are not having people re-up, and I asked, well, how do you get around that? Which was really, it sounded like twofold. One was you're really tight with the Recorder of Deeds to see if things are changing there, and then you have an audit process as well. Yeah, I think they're doing something similar. So that seems to be at least the process. Having said that, I well, your comments on what we're doing is appreciated. And I guess my thought would be, we can certainly go down that road and see what it does. It does strike me, though, again, not knowing Platt, but knowing Jackson, where they invested in the software system. I think that enhances their ability to make that process work. And I think when we spoke about this before, and maybe you can speak to this, Mr. Administrator, I think what I heard the last time was that in this year's budget, our intention was to invest in a similar system, although our numbers are lower than Jackson's, a little more than Platt. So I tend to think when we've got the systems in place, doing these other things make more sense. I don't know if you want to speak to, again, that investment that we're going to make.
Yeah, but that investment was predicated based off of how we went regarding getting the tax bills out. There was a delay in getting the tax bills out based off the software we currently have, which is about 20 years old, which was not able to calculate, so we had to do it manually. So now we'll have those out. The new softwares that we'll be looking at would look at what can we do as far as tying both the assessor's office and the collector's office together, which is what you're speaking to. As far as recorder of deeds, that one is more verification of, if a property or a parcel has that is going through the application process or been approved an SB 190 credit, if it changes over, maybe a person passes away or moves on. Right. Verification of that, if that's still going on, because it's tied to that actual property.
Right.
And so like looking at this year, we had just over 300 of those applications that were approved and now are no longer. So that type of situation, we haven't looked at it directly, but that would be one of the things we'll look at if we look at a different software in our RFP process.
No, I appreciate that. And I do appreciate, since they came forward before, manually going through 17,114 records every year is quite a challenge. And so anything that we can do, even if it puts maybe a little bit more risk on us to maybe miss something once in a while, that may be a good trade-off. But I do believe if we've got a better software system, then it makes some of those opportunities a little easier to do.
Yes. So, and going back to Commissioner Whittington, I also reached out to Platt after you mentioned that and asked them to provide me with the information they had, and they did that this week. So we'll review that and see, looking at both situations. We try to make that I don't want to really call it reapplication, but it's more of a verification process as minimal as possible. And to a point to allow us just to continue with the program. But also the objective is that more we utilize the program as it goes forward. 17,000 is hopefully not the maximum amount that more people would apply as it goes on.
All I know is they were at the point of having to bring cots into that collector's office, and I would just assume to have to avoid that in the future. So appreciate it. Thank you.
And I'm about to say the other portion is our clerk's office is where that verification is at.
Any further comments from commissioners or questions? Mr. Administrator, are there any more presentations by staff?
No, that'd be it for, regarding our items regarding the ordinance revision.
At this point, I'd like to invite any members of the public who would like to comment, and I will go ahead and repeat that when you come up to the podium, make sure the green light is on so that we can hear you, state your name, and then address your comments to the commission, and we will continue the discussion in that manner. So please come forward and proceed with joining the discussion if you would like to. Go ahead. There we are, you're on.
I'm on now? Okay. My name's Nancy Hunt. You're talking about how you're going to verify it for the next year. That starts in January. So what are you going to do in January? That's my question.
It's still the same process currently. If their verification for...
So you have to submit all that stuff again?
No, you do not. You can come to the clerk's office, show your ID, and that will verify you from there. Or if you need to, there's one sheet that you'll fill out, notarize, and mail back in, and verification from there. There's no reason for a complete application process at all.
Thank you.
Next person, please.
Good evening. My name is Dave Klein. I'm the fire chief, Smithville Area Fire Protection District. I guess I would want to preface this with a comment regarding something Commissioner Lawson said about it's the anything that is hindering the ability of this body to manage. And we were talking about the state weighing in on can you refund someone's money and so forth, and you being affected that way. And you use the phrase of taking care of your own business. So personally, I 1,000% understand the philosophy behind a senior tax credit. I understand the goal that we're going for. But as a commission, that is what you've done to the taxing districts. This board has impacted our board in how we levy and receive funds. So I have my opinion about that, but that isn't, in my opinion, an overreach. You're not allowing us to do our business, okay? Next from that is another comment about what was earlier said, the phrase, we don't know the full impact of this. That came from your staff. That's an incredibly serious, I think, problem when we're talking about tax dollars. And we're also talking about tax dollars that are used to pay back a debt. So I'm a fire chief. I'm a nuts and bolts guy. I'm not a financial guy. But when we fill out that Form C, it looks at our total assessed valuation for our district and the amount that we need to pay to make our bond payment. And they work their financial magic in between there and they say, okay, you need to assess this amount for debt service levy. Well, when you give a break to someone, now they're not going to pay that amount. We then cannot collect enough dollars to make that payment. Potentially, we could be in default, right? So the impact for my jurisdiction, $29,000. Where does that money come from? And fundamentally, that's why we have a debt service budget or a debt service levy is to pay that debt. So to prevent defaulting on that, we would have to then spend our operating dollars to make up for that. Okay, my organization, our total budget next year, $4.4 million. The amount of gap that I have in there, revenue over expenses, is $32,000. I can't come up with that dollars to make up that difference in payment. So, though I understand the intent behind the senior tax credit when it comes to our operating levy. Okay, I've worked my entire life paid and benefited from tax dollars. So obviously I pay my taxes. I understand the intent behind it, but when we apply that to a debt service levy, we're fundamentally causing a problem. We now do not have the ability to collect enough dollars to make those payments and potentially could be in fault. And I understand that in my organization, I'm the small group out of this. I have no idea how a school district would absorb that kind of. And we talk about, well, it's only $5.2 million. All it takes is $1 and we're in default. You can't go to a conference that has anything to do with local government and not bring up the Zona Rosa problem. Zona Rosa went in default. Platte County went in default. And I think this is setting up that same thing, maybe not to affect the fire districts as much, but our bigger tax entities, I don't understand how they could make up that difference. It'd be monumental. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
If you could hold on just a moment, Commissioner Wagner.
Yeah, just a quick question, and thanks for being here. Just only because I didn't look into fire districts and that sort of thing, so I just don't know. May seem like a dumb question, but so I'm assuming you got debt right now.
Yes.
Was that debt voted on, or that levy voted on, or that, better question is, the authorization to go out for debt authorized by voters in your fire district?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the commission for this person? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Kevin Pratt, the fire chief of the Kearney Fire District. Have many of the same thoughts that Chief Klein does at Smithville. One thing I wanted to mention was about the debt service levy. When we do the pro formas, like Victor said, you know, they go in and they spit out the levy. And many times when we do no tax increase bond, when that pro forma comes out, the levy will be higher. The allowed levy is higher. However, the board will take the action to reduce the levy voluntarily to maintain the same debt levy. That's, I mean, most of you probably know how that works. So if you have a shortage of that money, the following year, that pro forma is going to realize that shortage. It's going to increase that debt levy to put those dollars back in that payable debt. That creates a tax shift because you've frozen this one group of people at the current rate, and then the levy has to inflate, so these people over here are going to have to pay that. So when we go out to do a general operating levy, we can't say, well, if you're over 62, you don't have to pay this 25-cent levy. Everybody else is going to pay it. Everybody pays the same in a fire district. I mean, that's just the way it works. Another thing I wanted to ask, Victor mentioned a path for an additional vote if there's a shortage. Who initiates that vote? Because the voters in my district have already voted, and my last initiative was over like 70%, that they voted to go into this indebtedness, and they voted for the tax to pay for it. So it seems, again, like, I hate to use the word overreach, but I don't understand how a commission board can go into another taxing entity and impact their financial obligations. I mean, it would be like me coming down here and telling you have to buy me stuff. I mean, or not, you know, or you don't need this or that because, and again, to echo Dave, I fully understand giving a seniors a benefit. I mean, probably 70% of my business is through seniors. So we see firsthand what they go through. But I'm also keenly aware that many people in my district are getting this benefit, and they probably live in a nicer house than I do and make more money than I do, and they're retired. So, I mean, I get the universalness of this, but we're probably missing a lot of the people that actually don't own property. If they're in rental or if they're in some kind of subsidized housing, are they realizing the benefits of this? So I'll restate back what I said when this went through originally. I hate to see us rush something through and end up with unintended consequences, because here we are again, you know. I said that in 23 in Jeff City. I said it out here to the press folks. We're taking actions, and we're making, to Commissioner Carpenter's point, we're making those impacts down the road, and we don't know what they're going to be. To this date, every time and thanks to Victor for sharing what he does, but every time he sent me something, that number has changed. And it's not even fully been implemented yet. So I think we need to step back and pause and try to get our hands around this thing. And lastly, I'll say, you know, the thing that's disappointing to me, no one here has reached out to any of the fire districts, ever. We got notice of the meeting in 23 by a fluke, and that's why we ended up here and the room was packed. So obviously we really didn't get a chance to speak, but it would have been nice to get everybody at the same table on the front end and try to work through this, to try to realize what everybody's impacts are going to be, much like we do locally. We work with the school districts, we work with the cities, you know, we all kind of know what we're doing. But being the biggest public government, I feel like the county should set the leadership for that and be reaching out to these entities to try to get our hands around this and try to make it better for everybody. I think that's really all I've got, other than what Dave said.
Any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. Oh, I'm sorry, your microphone is, there we are, now you're on.
Good evening, everyone. Jeremy Tucker from Liberty Public Schools. Good to see you again. Just really want to take a moment to reflect on my last 12 years as superintendent of schools. I'm going to be the superintendent for 6 more months. So if you know of anyone interested in the position, let them know. But what I really wanted to speak to is the handful of times that I've been in county commission meetings. I certainly appreciate the work that you do as elected officials. We're in a similar role in service to our citizens of not only our district, but our county. And it really centers around the quality of life for all of us. from our oldest to our youngest. And there's absolutely no doubt that we support individuals in our county of all ages. I've only spoken to the commission twice, tonight and then once time before. And the only issue that I really wanted to hone in on is just that continuing echo of engagement. Engaging taxing jurisdictions in the conversation as compared to finding out after the fact or right before the meeting, or just like this last week on social media, that the item was going to be taken up for discussion and then fast forward to this evening for consideration. I also want to express my gratitude to Commissioner Nolte, Commissioner Lawson, to Mr. Hurlburt for engaging us nearly 2 years ago as our board member from Smithville spoke about, and that was an invaluable model of what engagement with community and taxing jurisdictions looks like. I'm slightly puzzled as to why we haven't done that again this time. My hope is that you all received the joint letter sent to commissioners from the Northland school districts acknowledging the engagement need and that's a high priority for us, whether we're conducting our business in our school districts on behalf of our elected officials and our Board of Education, but then also just on behalf of all of the students, the children, the young families represented. And that we're here for all, but we certainly have that particular segment that we serve as a local school district. So that would be my ask, and that we just continue to engage as much as possible, whether it's in small groups, whether in this type of an environment with county staff. We've done it before, it's been successful. You saw the support that our taxing jurisdictions, our school districts had for this first round, but as conveyed by the discussion this evening, there's a lot of questions, not only in how it impacts us in the near term, but how it's compounded over time. And so we need to figure that out to ensure that we continue to maintain that highest quality of life that we can ensure in the Northland, particularly in Clay County, for every single one of our citizens. Thank you again for your service.
If you could hold on for a moment, Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you. First of all, Superintendent Tucker, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. And congratulations on your upcoming retirement.
Thanks.
You've been an incredible asset.
Appreciate
I'm just going to say it now because I don't know. I doubt I'm going to be at your retirement party.
Not necessary, but thank you.
Probably because you're not going to invite me, and I would understand
You
that.
are more than welcome.
Thank you.
It's not going to be much.
No, I understand, but it's well-deserved, and any accolade you get is well-deserved. Question, and it kind of goes back to the auditor's spreadsheet. So although I did not have a chance to look at the fire districts, I did try to at least look at the school districts over time. You did not have something on the ballot this year, but I believe you did in 22?
23.
23.
Yeah, we had two items.
You had two items. What were they and what was the vote result?
Good question. Thanks for asking that. The first was a $120 million no tax rate increase bond issue that passed just around 80% voter approval rating. Which again is a huge testament to the support that we have for all of our schools, not just Liberty, and that we typically will pass those at a high rate. The other piece was we took advantage of a levy transfer as well. Mm-hmm. That one is difficult to explain, quite frankly, and so I think most districts that go that route end up having, it's an information campaign,
right,
and it's a lesser approval rating of about 67%, but still more than what's required for that particular item to pass.
Got it. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And by the way, thank you for the kind words. I certainly appreciate that.
And it's heartfelt. We appreciate the engagement.
Commissioner Johnson, you are also seeking recognition.
Yes. Thank you, sir, for being here, and thank you for your service to the Liberty School District. You just mentioned about a no tax increase bond.
No tax rate levy increase, correct.
Tell me what that means.
And that your levy rate remains the same in terms of being able to meet and take advantage of that additional bonding capacity, to be able to bond additional or have additional bonding to be able to take care of whatever facility needs are prioritized with the engagement of the community, approval by the Board of Education, and then certainly placing it on the ballot for your voters to consider.
So oftentimes people in the community that go to vote, they see these bond issues for schools. It's going to help schools, but it's not going to cost the taxpayers a dime. Is that true?
Part of the language that is specific on the ballot, and you can confirm this on our 2023 ballot language, we specifically placed on there the ballot language around the rate increase. As you look at the levy itself, the amount doesn't change. As you look at being able to kind of forecast for that, whether it's the cost of the projects, the interest and so forth that occurs over time, we try to remain in our levy to be able to accomplish that, work with all of those that are involved in our finance team, our bonding council. But then you also have the benefit of receiving additional revenue through your assessment as that changes from year to year. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, that's exactly right. Yeah. Okay, I have several comments, but I'll wait for, not for him.
Very well.
Okay.
Thank you. I see no further questions.
Thank you all again.
for being
Appreciate
here,
you.
and congratulations on your retirement.
Commissioner.
Are there any other citizens who would like to come forward? Yes, Mr.
I just want to give one
Administrator?
clarification.
And then we'll go, we have someone else queuing up. Mr. Minster, you go ahead, and then I'll go to the next person.
The meeting on December 4th was not regarding any of the changes that we're discussing tonight. The meeting on December 4th was regarding an update on the dissemination of the SB 190. So if you found out something on social media, that was based off a group of citizens who came here to speak regarding what we're talking about tonight. So it was nothing that, from our staffing-wise, or from the commission that we at that time was started to disseminate or not discuss that with you. So I just want to make sure that was clear, that that was not the intent of that meeting, even though it was so happened to talk about the senior tax credit. It was not regarding what we're discussing tonight. It was strictly just regarding that. So.
Please come forward. There you go.
No, you pressed it too much. Only once, there you go.
Hi, I'm Tammy Henderson, and I'm here on behalf of the North Kansas City School District this evening. I feel like Dr. Tucker covered most of the information very, very clearly and very much more articulate than I probably would. But as the largest school district in the city of Kansas City, as the largest school district in Clay County, and as the second largest school district in the state of Missouri, I feel like it's important that you all realize that the $2 million that would be lost, if you will, with North Kansas City, the additional 1.1, I think it was, that would come from also the bond indebtedness. We also just passed bonding, issuing bonds for projects for our school districts. We are a growing school district. And I think it's important that the benefit that school districts give to a county, include particularly of the quality of life and those types of issues, it's important, very important, to support the school districts and to realize what they contribute in that way. We are the third largest employer in Clay County, I believe, and so we are kind of a little bit of an economic engine ourselves. All we're asking tonight is that you all would delay a vote on this issue till we have the opportunity to really look at what impacts are going to be in years 5, 6, 7, and beyond, but also with the reporting that we have to do with the state, how all that's going to play out as well. So we thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
And by the way, I will, I've talked to IT about the email glitch that you had mentioned, so
Thank you.
we'll get that
I
taken care of
appreciate that.
tomorrow, hopefully. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to comment on the issue before us this evening? Very well. And by the way, we'll go through a little bit more, but if the Spirit then moves them, I would be able to recognize if someone would like to come forward afterwards. But right now, we will go to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. So several comments I have. First of all, it's brought up tonight about the opportunity to meet with the schools or maybe other taxing entities to talk about this. That's what we're doing. We don't have the luxury of going behind closed doors and meeting with anybody separately to talk about this. We have to, by state law, sunshine law, we have to do this in public. 2 weeks ago, we talked about this, and I think some notifications have gone out. Obviously, the schools knew because we got a letter from at least 4 of the superintendents. A couple are here tonight, I think. But the discussion is now. We can't have an offline discussion about this. This has to be discussed in public, and that's what we're doing tonight. And if there's more that needs to be said, I'll be glad to hear it. But a couple clarifications I want to make. First and foremost, understand, so I've talked with the legislatures who put together Senate Bill 190, this senior tax freeze, what we call it. And understand that their legislative intent was to do exactly that. It was to freeze. Understand that only the blind fund is the only one that couldn't be frozen. But their intent from their mouth was it was to freeze the property taxes for our seniors, 62 and older, period. And it was not to exclude, I asked them specifically, it was not to exclude bond debt. We did exclude that when we passed our ordinance because we were told, and false information, we were told that per the state constitution, we had to exclude that. And some other counties did as well, thinking that same thing. We've since done a little research on that and found out, no, that's not true. It does not have to be excluded. In fact, several counties do not exclude it. And I think Platte County just changed theirs not to exclude it as well. I see Scott Fricker, their presiding commissioner, is here tonight. They're not excluding it. Jackson County, the other side, is not excluding it. There's a list of probably half a dozen counties or so that do not exclude it. And so I don't think there's any reason why we should exclude it as well, particularly since we did it based off false information. But I want to make something clear tonight that everybody understands. This is a tax freeze for our seniors. It's not a reduction. No entity is going to be getting less money. No one is. Matter of fact, every entity is going to be getting more money. You have to understand that. And I want the public to understand that. Everybody who's come over here and talked about the impact it's going to have on us, not because they're getting less money, they're getting more money. It's just not as much as they would like to get. I'll share with you, we got a letter from, signed by 4 of the superintendents. This is from North Kansas City, Liberty School District, Kearney School District, and Smithville School District. And they gave in there, they showed the impact that it would be on the school districts. And it came out to about 1.8 million that they felt this additional impact would be by including this bond debt. 1.8 million. Now that's not a loss of 1.8 million. That means they're just not going to get 1.8 million more from our seniors going forward. And by the way, Smithville, for whatever reason, it's to their advantage. Smithville's making money off this for some reason, according to the superintendents. But nonetheless,
I can speak to that issue, Commissioner. I don't mean to interrupt, but yeah, so what that is essentially, it was an issue in my calculation, I think, that went out because, again, they had a levy transfer. They increased the operating 30 cents, and their debt revenues actually decreased. So in that case, seniors will pay the lower. So it's not a positive credit. They'll pay the lower amount.
Right, right. And so using those calculations, 1.8 million. They'll get 1.8 million less than what, not less, but they won't get 1.8 million more. But let's say we'll use those figures. And I believe our seniors, if the figure's going around, our senior property tax makes up about, our seniors about 15% of our property taxpayers, roughly 50. So let's use that 15%. That means they won't get that 1.8, but they will still get $10.2 million more, those 4 school districts. $10.2 million. So what the complaint is we're not getting 12 million, we're only getting 10.2 million. Those are the figures using their own numbers. The complaint from the schools is that we are not getting 12 million. If this passes, we'll only get 10.2 million. Just understand, those are the numbers using their own numbers. That's the issue here. It's not taking money away. It's they're only getting 10.2 million as opposed to 12 million. That is the issue that we're voting on tonight. And to be quite honest, somebody, and this has come from the state, this was the state's intent to freeze this. This was the state's intent to do that. And we have a state legislator here who's nodding his head saying, yeah, that was exactly his intent when he voted on it as well. So that's why we're doing this, to really comply with what the state wanted in the first place, that allowed us to do. But these property taxes, you have to understand, this is getting out of control. And I've always said it's easy to spend other people's money. And by the way, I'm a big supporter of the fire department. My son's a firefighter. I'm a police chief. So don't get me wrong. I'm not looking to take money away from, and we're not taking money away from anybody. But these taxes are getting out of control. I moved here from California almost 10 years ago. California is known for taxing people. I pay more property taxes here than I did when I lived in California. Even if I still lived in California, that same house, I'd be paying less there than I did here. But what's more interesting is I send my kids to private schools in California. My property tax portion that just goes to the school district, in my case it's Liberty School District, is more than I paid for private school in California for my kids. I'm paying more in property taxes for the school district than I paid to send my kids to private school, private Christian school in California. That's a problem. That's a problem. And something else has to be done, and we can't just keep going back to our seniors. And by the way, if we didn't do this, if we gave the schools that additional $1.8 million, according to their figures, that means we're going to tax every senior another $105. We're going to increase their tax another $105 to every senior so that they can have their extra $1.8 million as opposed to just the $10.2 million. That's what we're dealing with. Those are the numbers you have to understand. That's what we're doing with it, and that's why I'm so frustrated with this. All of us in government, all of us that use taxpayer monies, that get taxpayer money to run our operations, we've got to learn to run them more efficiently, bottom line. We've got to learn to be more efficient. That's exactly what we've been trying to do here for the past 3 years that I've been on this commission. But we've got to stop taxing and spending. We just got to stop taxing and spending. While I was sitting here, I was trying to count how many houses that we put on the auction block in Clay County this year. I couldn't even get to the number. It's 30-something, I think, properties that we put on the auction block this year from people that couldn't pay their taxes. So we're going to take their house from them. We're going to just take their house from them. That's what we do. And the solution is we're going to raise taxes even more. That's ridiculous. We have to stop. We have to put some common sense into this. We've got to stop taxing people as much as we are taxing people literally out of their houses. This isn't just make-believe. This is a threat. We could tax people. Oh, we don't want to tax people. We are already taxing people out of their house. You can go to the county website and see how many houses, how many properties were auctioned off this year alone. You can look it up yourself. We auctioned them off because they could not pay their taxes. That's a problem. That's a major problem that we all have to understand. And if it means some of us have to tighten our belt a little bit in government, that we're relying on taxpayers, that we're going to get $105 less from each of our seniors this year, we have to figure out how to do that. And someone's got to, quite frankly, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but to me it's like, someone's got to be the parent in the room and say, you know what, enough is enough. Enough is enough. We got to find another way. And just continue to tax, and it goes up every year. My taxes went up over $1,000 this year. A lot of people have taxes went up a lot this year. It's assessment year, I get it. But it's got to stop. And if there's anything I can do to help stop it, it is. And that's why I am very much in support of this. And we'll certainly be voting in favor of this. But before I throw the amendment up, I see we have someone else waiting to talk.
And I will be returning to you for that motion, Commissioner. Before I go to Commissioner Wagner, I just want to make a comment. It's by way of not necessarily a correction, but perhaps a clarification, and that is when the original legislation was put together, it is true that I, myself, Commissioner Lawson, and Victor, the auditor, all met with the school districts. We can do that. I think it's a good thing to do. We just have to make sure we do not break a quorum. Don't breach that particular thing. But it was important to us at the time to find out what the feedback was and see what exactly the opinion was out there, and to get as much information as possible so that we can make a reasoned decision and put together a piece of legislation. I think that was at least a somewhat consensus, a consensus position. This particular initiative is not my initiative, so I did not really reach out. Perhaps I should have more, but Usually I reach, when we have an initiative that is going to impact some of the other taxing jurisdictions or other entities for that matter. In that particular case, the three of us did make that outreach to the school districts. And we worked through, to tell you the truth, North Kansas City School District being the largest, and I don't have favorite children, but I went there to North Kansas City School Districts. But the thing is, we were able to facilitate some of those conversations by going through North Kansas City, and they in turn were able to communicate in a much more efficient manner with the other school districts. So we can do that, and we do that, and we had done that before with the original legislation. With that, Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you. So I do want to reiterate on that point. Anyone can talk to any legislator at any time. Otherwise, they should just lock the doors and not let anybody in. Or there should be cameras at First Watch in Northtown, because you never know who shows up there. So joke aside, I think it's very important to realize the point that was made a little bit ago. It's easy to point the finger at people for doing wrong. It's a lot harder to point the finger at yourself. And I bring that up because we've gone through what seems like an eternity of budget discussions. And there were a couple of points where some of the things I've been howling about for 3 years presented themselves. And that was where the red line got higher than the blue line, both in terms of the park side and then as we talked about road and bridge, as I recall, with the road districts in particular. Now, one could argue if the folks out there wants to say, well, why are there red lines? Why aren't you doing your job, Commission? As I've talked about that for 3 years, I would say, you know what, you got a point. So I want to be very careful when we start pointing fingers at other jurisdictions and say they're wrong and we're right and you're just going to have to live with it. Because unless I dive into every taxing jurisdiction's budget and decide that that's a waste of money, that's a waste of money, that's a waste of money, I have no right to say anything's a waste of money. It just is. It is up to the voters and their governing bodies to decide what's a waste and what is not. To that point, and I'm kind of a broken record from a couple weeks ago, but I had to ask a couple questions today, both in Smithville Fire District and in Liberty Public Schools. You had votes. You put things on ballots. 80% of the folks in Liberty decided that's a good idea. Looking at the other school districts, and sorry guys, that's where I kind of looked at this stuff. Other than the levy change at 66%, everything was 70% or higher. And I'm going to guess a few of those voters were 62 or over, which tells me they thought it was a good idea. But what is unnerving to me is when we say government wastes money, government's making decisions on your tax dollars, but we're potentially saying a group of taxpayers can now make other people pay a tax that they don't have to, or to be responsible for a bond that they don't have to be responsible for. My friends, we invite people to be just as abusive as what government is being accused of. And to me, that's wrong. I said it 2 weeks ago when we talked about this. I'll say it again today. I am very, very nervous to say that people who say, I will take on the obligation because I agree with it, can now say, you know what, that's someone else's problem. I'm out. And the opportunity for that to be abused, hard for me to calculate, but I know it's there. Incidentally, my parents' tax bill went up $10. They don't live in a mansion. They live in the house I grew up in. They have a gravel driveway. I grew up in the basement of that house that did not have a staircase upstairs, but they live in it. They're 85 and 80, $10 more. Is that a high price? I don't know. We'll let others decide that. But all I can say is if you decide that the rate of increase in income can only go up so much without a corresponding control in expenditure, then you start to see those red lines. And pretty soon you're going to see some more votes because people are at, well, what's going to happen is either your education, your fire protection begins to lose its quality, which I think is part of the reason why people move to where they move. I understand the intent. I get the intent. I sympathize with that intent. But if we create a system where people can decide to tax their neighbors and not themselves, and the only recourse really then that anybody has among the jurisdictions that are represented here is to just go sue us to see who's right, not exactly sure that works out either. So I tend to think, in closing, I tend to think that, as has been mentioned, what we have is what we have. We're not, we've sent out the bills are what they are, no one's getting their money back. And if that is the case, although I also understand the need to tell the world, here's what you can expect next year, they're not getting bills for a while. And that leaves an opportunity to talk to our taxing jurisdictions, see what works. Maybe there is a third method to go through this, but I always find sometimes conversation leads to good results or better results or results that people can prepare for and live with. And under those circumstances, I'm totally fine with waiting because nothing's going to change tomorrow. But again, for me, I have a real problem with saying that one group of taxpayers can essentially ask others to pay a tax that they don't have to. That's what I got. Thank you.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate everybody's comments. I think this is one of these issues where nobody's really wrong. I think the seniors who heard they were going to get a tax freeze have every right to expect that be the outcome, and I think taxing jurisdictions that'll be impacted by the loss of revenue have every right to be concerned about that side of the equation. So it's just a matter of, talking our way through it. One thing I want to say, the Chief for Smithville mentioned the only 5.2 million. I do want to clarify 5.2 million per year is a large number. I certainly acknowledge that. I just further acknowledge that number becomes 10, 15, 20 million down the road, and I think it's at that point where it really is going to put pressure on budgets well above and beyond what y'all would face next year, and that is my personal bigger area of concern. I'm not sure look, I think there's a reality here in which seniors in this county are asking for this, and a lot of our neighboring counties are doing it. So there's a sort of a political reality to face that we're going to have to work our way through in some form or fashion, and that's just the truth of the situation we're in. But I do hear a request from our taxing entities, both from the fire chiefs and our school district folks, that they would like a little more time to talk this through, run the numbers, understand the implications, including things like, we got to run our numbers through the state, and how does that change if we make this change? So my view on it is, especially given what Commissioner Wagner observed, that this isn't an issue that has to be resolved tonight. We're talking about really an issue that will go into full force and effect a full year from now, just over a year from now. I think we do have the option of having a little more time to have those conversations and work through things and understand the full financials. So I'm more than happy to take that position here this evening, that we give ourselves a little more time to work through all this, especially because it, like I said, doesn't have to be done tonight. So those are my thoughts. I think we have that option. I think I would be in favor of exercising it and working through things a little bit more. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson, and then Commissioner Withington.
Yeah, just responding actually to Commissioner Wagner. I think he brings up some very valid points as to why property taxes don't work. Property taxes aren't fair, and I would like to completely eliminate property taxes altogether. In fact, that's what we're trying to do. So I'm trying to do here in the county, if you don't know, we did reduce our levies every year for the past 3 years. I think 10.5% last year, for a total of 28.4%, I think. Since I've been here, we've reduced the tax levies every year. So we're doing our part. And when he's talked about, hey, you got to look at your own house, I'm looking at my own house right now. We've reduced it every single year, our tax levies. But you know what? Even though we reduced it every year, the levy every year, we still make more money than we did the previous year. Because that's what happens. That's how property taxes work with the assessments. Your house gets assessed higher, your property gets assessed for more, so even though the percentage you pay is less, you're paying on a higher amount. That's how property taxes work, and that's how we're still making more money than we did before while reducing our property tax levies. And the same thing is true for this including this bond debt in the freeze, is it's still going to be an increase every year in income, in property taxes, for all taxing entities, for all of us. It's not a fair way to do things, I don't think, at all. I've said this before many times, you know, when you buy a house, you pay tax on it, that's great. But once you own it, you pay tax on it one time, you should be done. Just like if I were to, I see my partner still got a Pepsi there, just like he did last time we talked about this. You know, if I go to the store and buy a Pepsi, I know I'm gonna have to pay taxes on that. And I'll pay the tax, but you know what, now I own the Pepsi. It's mine. I don't pay any more tax on it. You can't do that with your house. We don't allow you to do that with your house. You can't just buy your house and say it's yours. No, it's not. My son just bought a house recently and got introduced to property taxes. He says, this is ridiculous. So he said, Dad, you never own your house? I said, no, mine's been paid off for years, but I'm still paying over $1,000 a month just to live in it. That's a problem. That's a problem with our system. And to continue down this road using the same system to tax more and more and more, I think is wrong. And so that's why I think it's imperative that we get rid of, and if fire department needs more money, I'm all for putting some kind of fire sales tax on the ballot or public safety sales tax or what it is it's going to need to get the fire department more money. But that way I know I'm going to pay for that when I go buy that Pepsi, but I'm not going to pay for it in my house every year after year after year. I just don't think it's right. I think our property tax system, quite frankly, I think it's criminal. I think it's unethical. I don't think it should be. There should be property taxes on something that you already own year after year to the point where we're going to take it away from you. So with that said, I see I got someone else waiting.
Commissioner Withington.
Yeah, so Scott, I told you to quit drinking RC Cola. That's where it's at, RC Cola. You can get a whole lot more of RC Cola than Pepsi for cheaper. Yeah, no, I hate property taxes. That's why since joining the commission, I've made the motion to lower ours, every year. We've lowered our single property tax levy 28.4% since we've been on the commission. But I hate property taxes. It gives you the illusion of owning things, but if you don't pay it, the government comes and takes it. So, but I get what the taxing jurisdictions are saying. So I'm with Commissioner Carpenter. If we want to hold off, I'm fine until we can talk to them. I just want to throw that out there. I'm fine with that too. So that's whatever we would decide, but I get it. They have concerns too. I thought we had already talked to them. I remember making a comment the last time this came up that we should have talked to all the other taxing jurisdictions. So I thought we reached out to them, but apparently we haven't. So if we want to have another small group, meet with them, I'm fine with that. We're not going to, this isn't going to go into effect for another year anyway, so, right? So,
Commissioner Withington, if I recall correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when we considered that to get our consensus, I believe that was something that Commissioner Carpenter brought up. Do you have the same recollection?
I remember somebody or a group of us or multiple of us said that we should reach out to the taxing jurisdictions.
Okay.
Yeah, I honestly, I'd have to go look at the transcript. Maybe it was John. I know it came up, right? So, and so for them to say today that they didn't get reached out to, I just assumed that we had reached out to them because we reached out to them 2 years ago. So, yeah, if we want to hold off till after the first of the year, I'm fine with that. It's whatever the commission wants to do.
By the way, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I thought I might, if I could help your recollection, might help you make your point.
I remember, probably several of us brought that up. Megan's nodding her head yes too, so I'm sure several of us brought that up. So I was, you know, when fire districts, I remember we talked about this 2 years ago. I said, not just the school districts, we need to talk to the fire districts, the road districts, we need to talk to every special taxing jurisdiction. So maybe we didn't state that in detail this time, but I just assumed that that was probably implied. But yeah, so I'm fine with, if we want to hold off, you know, I'm sure eventually we'll pass this. Like, I think there's enough support, but I think we need to be partners with our tax, like, I think it was Dave said that we were overstepping. I mean, every single one of us would be pissed up here if somebody came and tried to tell us what to do, you know, right? So I imagine that they're upset, and if we were in their place, we would all feel the exact same way. So I get how they're feeling, so if we want to hold off and talk to them and, you know, be partners, I'm completely fine with that. I think that'd be a good idea, so.
Commissioner Wagner?
Thank you. Just so Commissioner Johnson knows, there is one more Pepsi back there. I saw it, should you want it. I still have to get to that RC. I don't know. Anyway, I did want to speak only because there is a difference between that Pepsi and a piece of property, whether it's your home, my home, or anyone else's home. And that is that when I consume it, it's done until I go get that next can. But if my home's on fire, or I've been broken into, I'm expecting someone to respond. When, you know, my youngest son has his last day of school tomorrow, and then he is done with high school. They're all gone. A sentiment I know you share as well and have lived through. But before he drove, that school bus had to come by the house every single day to come pick him up. And the reality is that although we try to simplify the issue, and even though we don't like, in general, for many reasons, property taxes, it is what it is. And there's a difference between what we consume and the service we expect every single day. And that has to be paid for. And again, whether that comes from a school district, a fire district, a city, a county, whatever it is, things cost what they cost. And the choice becomes at some point either, and I know my colleague, Commissioner Carpenter, has said it many times, you know, you can't sales tax them to death either. So what's the mix? The mix is sales, property, and a host of other things. And so I do want to suggest that part of the logic behind property taxes, you expect some interaction of government with your property, and it costs money to do that. And so even though we say, well, we don't own it, well, by that logic, then why should anybody serve us? Why should anybody come by there? We pay for that right, whether it's through the mix of various taxes or not, but property is one of them. So chances are I'm going to grab that last Pepsi before we're done. But I'm still expecting to pay some property tax because I expect service there at any time when I need it, no matter what. So I'm okay with that.
I'd like to recognize Commissioner Johnson.
That's pretty slick. That's the cool breeze part.
Now I got to figure out how to work this thing.
You got it. Yeah, you got it.
Am I in? There I am. Perfect. What was I going to say? Thank you for recognizing me, Presiding Commissioner. No, I'm not against taxes, don't get me wrong, and I hear what you're saying. That's just a philosophical thing. I probably don't want to get into that tonight anyway. And you know, no matter if they pay taxes or not, fire is going to roll. If someone's involved in a car accident from another state, but they happen to be in a car accident right out here, fire is going to roll, paramedics are going to roll and help them out. Police are going to roll and help them out, even though they don't pay a dime here, but except for sales tax if they buy a Pepsi here. But so it's not a matter of tax. It's not a matter of making sure the fire departments or any other taxing entity has their enough to get what they need to get the job done. It's just I think there's too much on our seniors now. I think there has to be a point where we say no. The discussion was talked about holding this off so we could have more discussion with those folks that are here tonight or their taxing authorities. So understand, so we talked about that 2 weeks ago. Understand, that discussion can't be had with all of us. We can't all be involved in that discussion. The only time we could be involved in discussion together is in this setting. 3 of you can, but 4 of us have to sit out and can't be involved with this. And I guess what I don't understand is do we expect anything to change with conversation aside from, hey, they don't like it, which I understand. But is there any more information we think we're going to get from either having another open meeting like this or letting 2 or 3 of you talk with folks that would be any different than the outcome now? Either we're going to exclude or include the bonded debt. So I don't know why we would delay that, particularly after the crowd of seniors we had here a couple weeks ago and how upset they were about this.
Commissioner Wagner.
Sure. Good question. Don't know that answer. But what I do know is that, as I've observed in my 3 years here, a group get motivated to come here to tell us all the problems that they've got and why we're to blame and why we need to go solve it. Typically, when that happens, nobody else gets to know. They just see it. And then they have to react to it, and they show up here, give us the counter argument or their position, and that's fine. We don't generally act unless there's a problem that's presented to us, right, wrong, or otherwise. And that's not to say that's a bad thing or a good thing. It's just the thing that it seems we've done over 3 years, and I don't even blame us for that. It just kind of happens. But the point is well taken that we may go through a windy road and end up at the exact same place. But what I do find, and I believe this when in my last elected office, sometimes people just need to be heard and give us their case, and sometimes 2 to 3 or 4 minutes is just not enough time to give it. And so there is the potential that nothing changes, but there's also the potential that something does change. And sometimes it's just a matter of what do you do, or how can you prepare for what's coming? How do you deliver the same level of service with less? Again, expenditures seem to go up more than revenues, but I think at the end of the day, whether I participate in a discussion or anybody else does, unless there's a reason to say something's got to happen tonight, and that same thing can happen a month from now, I got no problem with people giving their case or having thought later as to, here's how you can help us make this work so that we don't get the downside as much as we are already going to experience. That may not be enough of a reason, but I don't mind, so I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. Yeah, I just take one exception to your comment of that they have to do more with less. I want to make it abundantly clear, it's not less. They'll be doing more with more. It's just not as much more as maybe they would have if we didn't pass something like this. So it's not more with less, it's still more with more, just not as much more. And that's what I want to make completely clear, that it was not a reduction whatsoever. With that in mind, actually, I think we have someone who wants to talk before I...
Before we do that, Commissioner Wagner, you two can certainly have a discussion.
Actually, you know what?
I'm happy to...
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put the motion up. If someone wants to amend it, they can. I'm going to put the motion out there and let Tracy talk to it. Move to approve 2025 ordinance 27.
Motion's been made for the passage of ordinance 2025 ordinance 27. We will now engage in further discussion. Please proceed, Tracy.
Tracy Baldwin, Clay County Assessor. Tough decision. I wouldn't want to make this decision. I can completely see both sides of this decision. I did feel like I should address something, though. We keep saying more money, more money. Clay County has been fortunate over the past several years to have increased values. I've been in the assessor's office close to 20 years, but I can remember back in 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, there were down years where assessed values go down. Chief Pratt from Kearney mentioned that when assessed values go down, typically they raise their levy to offset that loss. So I just want to point that out to the commissioners. If there is a downturn in assessed values for 2, 3, 4 cycles, that could eat up that even larger, faster. Your levies will drive up. A lot of the times when those levies go up and up and up, it takes a lot of years to come back down. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Commissioner, did you want to inquire?
Yeah, do you know how much our increase has been over the past couple of years?
Last year was about a 12% increase. This year was about 11% increase. Before that, it was about a 7%, and I'm just vaguely trying to remember some of these. But prior to 2013, they dropped significantly for about 3 cycles of assessment cycles. So we did see those levies increase through those down years.
So just doing some back of the napkin calculations here from what our assessor, that's you, what our auditor gave us. We brought an extra 23 plus million in property taxes this past year, and it's been pretty good the last several years. Whenever our assessments go down, it's because usually the economy's gone down as well. And when the economy goes down, government can't expect everyone else to keep paying when everyone else is making less. And that's one of the problems I have with this property tax thing is, you know, if the economy's bad, people are out of work or people are making less money, yet the property taxes still are going to stay the same, that's a problem. And just one more reason why I don't like property taxes at all. I don't think it's a fair system. Anyway, we've got a motion on the floor.
There is a motion on the floor. Something that I want to mention that, and I'd mentioned before, but I think that Commissioner Lawson will agree with me on this point, and that is during the construction of the original ordinance, we did engage the school districts and others, not many others, but that was the major entities that we engaged with. And I think it's important to note, and I don't know that I necessarily brought it up, they weren't exactly going, hot diggity dog, let's do this thing. But what they did do was they engaged in serious discussion on impact, on how we could make it work. And so I just want to make sure that there's an understanding that when we engage in other entities, it's just not a flat, no, we can't do without a penny less, but that there is a constructive purpose to that exercise. Would you care to comment on that, Commissioner Lawson?
Well, I felt, we talked about it at the time, and I sincerely felt that if we could take our auditor who had worked up the numbers of the percentage of seniors versus those that were not considered seniors, it was a small percentage of people. And, you know, after we did that, I appreciated the school's participation in that, because we had every superintendent all captured in one room at one time. They had great questions. We were able to answer those questions, and they were comfortable with it. I appreciate how they feel now that, wait a minute, we agreed with you guys, we understood what you did, now you're going to hit us again. So I get all that. But I also remember going to all of the meetings that we held, and I believe I went to every one but one that Dieta held at senior centers. The rooms were so packed, it was standing room only. There were some areas we went to where we had to hold several meetings because we had overflowed the room and we had hit our safety number, you know, whatever the fire district thing edicted, that you can only have this many people. We were way over. So we had to do several events at one time. People came back. You know, I feel like we're beating a dead horse in a way. I think that last time we talked about this, we had all of the seniors in the room who were telling us why they felt this was a good deal. I understand Commissioner Wagner's point, and it's a good point. Okay, so everybody votes for an issue, and then this little select group doesn't have to pay it, but everybody else does. But people are forgetting that those seniors, some of them my age, my kid's been out of school a darn long time, out of public school a long time. And I'm still paying. I'm still paying, and the majority of our taxes are going to the schools. Not here, not anywhere else. Fired some to the fire district, not as much to them, but a lot of money going to the schools. And these people will continue to pay until they pass away for the schools. And they haven't had kids in there for maybe 40 years. So, but they're still willing to pay those taxes to the school districts. So if we give them this break on top of what we already gave them, I understand there's a shortfall, but I also think that they've earned the right to have it. I'm not speaking for myself. You know, I'm not doing this because I'm going to get the benefit of it. I'm doing it because I feel it's the right thing to do. So I think we call for the vote. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I feel like we've at least attempted to do the right thing. And I think I would have probably, hindsight being 20/20, maybe we should have sat down with everybody and had that talk. But I don't think it would have altered anything. So you know, they've done it in Platte. They've done it in a lot of other districts. So I just feel like we proceed and see what happens and let the chips fall where they may.
Commissioner Wagner, you had your mic on still. Did you want to comment before I went to Commissioner Johnson for close?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
So thank you. You know, over the last few years, whether through votes or by the public or actions we've taken, we've just kind of cut. Eventually, we'll reach some amount of money that will actually matter. I don't know what that number is, but I'll probably be gone off this commission by then because there's only a year for me. But maybe someone else will find that threshold, and that's fine. But I would just go back again. I understand the logic. I understand the why. I understand a good deal of why this is coming forward. But at the end of the day, if someone among that 80% who voted in Liberty, or someone among the 70-odd% in the North Kansas City School District that voted for those bond issuances said that's a good idea, then it was a good idea when they voted on it. It was a good idea now. And if we're going to say, you know, elected officials, you need to be careful of what you're doing for the taxpayer, then I just find it odd to say that a group of taxpayers can essentially say someone else has the responsibility. And I don't agree with that. Because quite honestly, by Monday, I will have no kids in the North Kansas City School District. So what's the difference between me at 54 and someone at 62 making the argument, I'm done here? There is no difference. If you say it's a good idea, then you should be obligated. That's the point of a bond obligation. You have agreed with that. So unless we tell the 62-year-olds and above who have said SB 190, I'm on board, it's kind of hard to say you can't vote, and don't think we can change the ballots. If you're in, you're in. End of story for me. So I get it, but I will be voting no.
Yes, please. You wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'll be quick, as I spoke earlier. It's easy to sit here and have this room filled with seniors. I understand that, and that's in your face, that's who you're looking at when you vote. I want you to remember that there are 41,972 students this will impact. Please take the time to meet with our superintendents and hear how it will impact them. Thanks.
Any further comments before I go to Commissioner Johnson? Seeing none, Commissioner, if you want to push your button, I will recognize you. You're recognized.
Thank you. Before I close, and I'm going to correct this every time, Commissioner Wagner threw out cuts, cuts, cuts. This is not a cut. This is not a cut in tax. This is not a cut in revenue for anybody. This is not a cut. It's a freeze just for our seniors, period. And I think it's important that, that our seniors are able to freeze their taxes.
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Commissioner Wagner wanted to inquire of you, and so we're trying to keep everybody as much open as possible. So if you would like to have a direct conversation with him before you close?
I have just one thing to say. That's all. Oh, you let me? Okay.
You're on.
I'm on. Yes, every year it goes up. The amount of revenue goes up. But that's only one line. I will go back to what I said earlier, looking at our own budget. There are two lines. One is revenue, one is expenditure. And my point is the baseline changes. And when the baseline changes, revenue growth changes. But expenditure does not. Unless you intend to tell the school districts in every taxing jurisdiction, this is where you're wasting your money. My point is, because the base changes over time, for all intents and purposes, that is a loss. Revenue may still go up, but because the base has changed and expenditures have not, you have what we've talked about these past couple of weeks. Revenue went up for the parks tax, or excuse me, the parks fund. Revenue has gone up for our road and bridge line. But guess what? The expenditure line went higher. Thus, the projections that we have seen from staff on those two funds say you are in deficit within 4 years. I recognize, yeah, we're going to collect more revenue every single year. You are right, and if I have not said that enough, I will correct myself.
Say that again.
The revenue line goes up, but the expenditure line does too. We affect one, but not the other. So if that's the case, then again, everybody gets a haircut, but the hair keeps growing. Strangely, every time I go to the barber, it keeps growing. So I accept your correction, but my point is that that's not the only issue here. And at some point, maybe those cuts will be enough where we will care. But I just wanted to make sure, yes, you are right, but there's another piece of that I want people to recognize as well.
Thank you for your indulgence. Commissioner Carpenter also wanted, I'm sorry to keep interrupting. Will you yield to Commissioner Carpenter?
Of course I will.
All right, Commissioner, please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioners. So before we, dispose of the ordinance this evening, first of all, let me make sure, is tabling still an option, Mr. Counselor? Or have we passed the point of no return on that?
Well, we're debating what to say, but I've been asked. So you have two options at this point, three. One is to vote on the issue. A motion to table would still be in order, in my view, and that is a privileged motion, which means it has to be taken up before, as you know, before the underlying motion. So a motion to table could happen. The thing I've been debating whether to bring up, because I've heard at least 3 commissioners, I think, support this concept, is under our rules, the third option is that this is here on first reading. This is not a second read. This is the first time this issue has come before this body. Under 30.16 sub B of our operating rules, any 2 commissioners can ask that it be moved to the next business session, and that happens automatically, as long as that request is made before the vote. So those are the options as I see them.
I see. So at this time, any two commissioners could request that, and that would be
Just say, I
effectuated.
want to move it to the
All right.
next, and you give someone who joins you.
Okay.
It happens automatically under our rules.
Excuse me, I just want a clarification, because I didn't quite catch everything that you said. So two commissioners could want to move it to the next business session, and would that then require a vote, or would
Nope.
that be plenty?
If two commissioners say, I request this be moved to the next business session, two commissioners do that, it happens automatically under our rules. It goes to the next business
Okay, I
session.
just wanted to make sure I was clear on the procedure so I could proceed in the correct way.
Yep.
So first, I want to just dialogue a little bit with Commissioner Johnson. It's your ordinance. I, don't want to do anything, that you don't want to see done. But I do want to ask this: if there are going to be perhaps multiple commissioners who would prefer to take it up at the next session, going that route to me has the benefit of avoiding sending a message out to the public that we have voted it down, which might communicate to the public that we have voted it down permanently, when in fact the intent was simply to vote no in order to grant more time, which are two different things, and I do think our seniors would interpret it differently. So my preference, instead of voting no this evening, and sending the message that we're voting no on this, because I don't think that is locked into place. I think there's a good chance that this will eventually happen in some form or fashion. So my preference is to instead pursue one of the other two options, which is to have us take it up in January. And so just looking for thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks. Certainly, I'd like to have it passed tonight, but it's whatever the will of the commission. I'm one of 7 of us, so it's whatever the will of the commission is. If that's what the commission wants to do, that's what we'll do. But if we get it passed tonight, I'd love to pass it tonight. I do want to point out one thing. I want to take you back in history to when we had the surtax, the commercial property surtax issue come up a couple years ago. That when we reduced that, you guys remember that? Do you remember I'm going to call it propaganda that was put out, and you can go online. I'm looking at it right now. You can go online and look at it. You can look at some of the flyers that were put out by actually specifically North Kansas City School District as well as the fire department. It talked about the number of fire departments that would be shut down, the number of school employees that would be laid off, the number of reductions in salaries, all that kind of stuff. None of that happened. Quite frankly, everyone's gotten pay raises since then. I don't like this stuff when people throw out this kind of propaganda and stuff that isn't true. And that's what's been frustrating me a lot with this kind of stuff. I'm ready to vote right now. Nothing's going to change my mind, I don't think, on our seniors. I think it's that important. But whatever the will of the commission is, that's what we'll do. If I got 4 votes tonight, I say we get it done tonight. But if we don't, then it's whatever you guys want.
So I don't currently feel that I know whether there are 4 votes to pass this evening, just because I haven't heard from everybody. What I do know is I want to avoid the outcome of sending a message out into the public that we have voted this down and that they may feel that that is a settled matter, when in fact, I think the issue before us is really more just, do we take more time or not? So my request of you is that, well, I don't know what my request of you is, honestly. I just want not to disrespect your ordinance and make you feel that,
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So then the motion's on the table, on the floor. I suppose if somebody wants to amend that, they can.
They could amend they certainly could amend the motion, but they also could move to table, which would essentially bypass the motion. And the motion to table could be to a date specific other than the next meeting.
Yeah.
So the motion to table would require a majority vote, but you could pick the day you want it to go to. It doesn't have to be the next meeting. Other than that, if 2 commissioners again want to move it to a second reading, it necessarily goes to the very next meeting, which is January 8th. January 8th.
Okay.
Just to facilitate this discussion, I've opened microphones to the commissioners who have wished to be recognized. Please have this discussion. Don't wait for me to recognize you. I think we're all adult enough to go ahead and have this conversation. So I'm just going to allow this conversation to continue without me recognizing each and every commissioner. I think that'll be more efficient. So please proceed, gentlemen.
2 commissioners.
If I may, so I want to be cognizant of Commissioner Johnson's point, which is what changes? Does anything change if you allow more time? I'm sensitive to that because I'm a sensitive guy. My thought, although maybe I'll be called a Scrooge for ruining everyone's Christmas, is to suggest that if anyone wants to join me in this, put it on January 8th. To challenge those who want to have that discussion, to have discussion of substance. I, like you, may be right back where I'm at with my issue and yours. But if the desire is to see if there's a third opportunity and provide some urgency to that, that's an option I can get behind if there's someone who wants to join me in that. And I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do, instead of taking advantage of the two commissioner option, I'm just going to leave it up to a majority vote of the commission and let that decide. And so I'm going to do that via tabling motion. And again, the reason for doing it that way rather than the other way is just not to send an incorrect message out to the public. And so we'll vote on whether a majority of the commission wants to take this up on January 8th or not. Does that?
Would it necessarily have to be January 8th?
It does not. If it's a motion to table, you could just lay it on the table and not pick a date, or you could pick any date you want where we're meeting. Or ask that the administrator bring it back at a point in time where everyone believes it's ready to
Well,
go
then
back.
thank you. That can be its own conversation right now, if folks have a preference regarding January 8th or some other date.
Now, Commissioner, I want to remind you that once you make the motion to table, obviously, as you're aware, but I want to make sure those present know that that is privileged motion, as the counselor had mentioned. So right now, I am interpreting what you're saying as you have an intention to make a motion to table, but you have not made that motion yet. Am I correct on that?
Yep.
Very good.
Thank you, Commissioner.
It becomes non-debatable at the point in time that it's made, right?
Excuse me?
The motion becomes non-debatable, is my belief, at the point in time that it's made.
Yes.
So once the firm motion is made to table, then it becomes non-debatable.
And that was what I was trying to establish, was that Commissioner Carpenter is talking about his possible intention to table. Once he makes that motion to table, then discussion must cease.
Yep.
And we go for a vote on the tabling motion. And I want to make sure everyone here, because not everyone here is going to be up on parliamentary procedure, so I want to make sure that everyone watching was aware of how this was unfolding.
Yep.
With that, continue, gentlemen.
So, it certainly seems to me that it's the kind of compromise solution, right? If it's the immediate next meeting, right, as opposed to doing an even further away date. So I'm perfectly content with January 8th. If somebody wants to make a case for a different date, now would be the time. Okay, so unless anybody else wants to chime in, all right, so I will make the motion to table until the January 8th meeting.
Motion has been made to table 2025 ordinance, let me get back to it, 27 until January 8th. Am I restating your motion correctly?
All right.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Withington?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Very well. So 2025 ordinance 27 is hereby tabled until January the 8th, when it will appear on the regular agenda. With that, thank you for a lively and an informed discussion. That brings us to the next and last of our regular agenda. Before we do that, I just want to remind commissioners that because the consent agenda is a little lower, if any commissioners want to move any of the items on the consent agenda up to the regular agenda, this might be the opportune moment to do so. We do, but I didn't want to blow by it. I want to make sure that everybody's aware that we can. Yeah, it's just an ordering kind of a thing. So if there are no commissioners wishing to move any consent agenda items onto the regular agenda, then we will take up the final regular agenda item, which is 2025 Ordinance 28. Mr. Administrator.
Yes. 2025 ordinance number 28 is approving joining Show Me Pace program and cooperative agreement administrator. This one here is a program that was presented to you last on the meeting on December 11th during discussion item. A program where the applicant can take advantage of a financing mechanism for solar panel and energy efficiency. So I'm not sure if the applicant or anyone that's here regarding the Show Me Pace program, but the discussion there was to move forward with the ordinances. That is the request regarding this application. The program, just to give, there is some context to it, the program would be countywide, but there still would be something that would require you to go through either your city or your municipality before it can be utilized. The other portion of that is that we will have a seat on the committee for review, as well as of those applications. But I can, if anyone else will provide additional information that was here last week regarding this application, please provide it.
Discussion, Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you. I won't go through the rigmarole for last week just because of the hour, but I believe one of the central issues that the commission was interested in before moving forward was just having a better understanding of what was the project that provided the reason for urgency. I believe the discussion was concerning a solar project that also wanted to take advantage of tax credits that would be exhausted, or that opportunity would be exhausted by the end of the year. So I think that was well understood, but we didn't know what the project was. And so I think that's what we're looking to find out.
Good evening, Commission. Josh Campbell, Missouri Energy Initiative Administrator for Show Me Pace, making the request. It was my understanding that the property owner was going to be here this evening, and I believe they might have left during the lively debate that occurred prior. But I can at least tell you that the property is the Walnut Creek Winery, and the contractor is the Solar Guys USA. Solar Guys USA is actually here in this county. They are in Parkville, I believe, and their Clay County residents is Jesse Weirden. I have not personally spoken with the property owner. This project was, as you might recall, we either get market-driven, which is where the property owner or contractor brings us a project, or one where a lender comes to us. This one, the contractor has been working with us through or for the property owner. So I've yet to speak with the property owner. We just have the details that they're liking. They want to get this set up so they can have the project reviewed and considered prior to the end of the year, so they can have the required actions taken to receive the ITC credits.
Okay. Thank you for that information. That was, because there was some haste requested in this matter, that combined with not knowing what project we were talking about, because that was animating that, is certainly something that gave some of us a bit of pause.
Understandable.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for you. So number one, tell me why, and I know the winery well, love their wine, but I wondered why someone would go this way versus just doing a conventional loan. What real benefit is that to the end user to go your way versus just going to the bank they deal with every day and doing something there?
Certainly. So the difference between PACE and a conventional loan, first and foremost, is they can work together. They're part of the capital stack. So many banks do not provide you 100% financing on construction. They want some equity of some type. PACE, as it being a ad valorem tax in nature, can be seen as a portion, not all, of that equity that property owner has. So that's benefit number one. Benefit number two is PACE is a 20-year fixed interest term.
Oh, okay.
Conventional loan is 5 years, usually that's what we see, and then variable after that. Third is that, just like with any other taxes, PACE is paid annually at the end of the year. So for a business like a winery, you may not have a great inflow of cash during the winter, but it's really good during the summer. The ebb and flow there, they can collect that and hold it for when it's due at the end of the year. Whereas a conventional loan, you're going to have to pay that every month when it's due. Additionally, because it's paid annually, PACE can wait anywhere from 6 to 48 months before your first payment is required. Conventional loans, that's usually the next month.
Yep.
That is required there. Another one is that PACE, as an ad valorem tax, part of that property, it's everything that is installed and paid for by PACE must be affixed to that property. You can't be just put in the back of your pickup truck and leave, right? That means that those components can be transferred if that property owner sells the property, because it's an improvement to the property, not the company itself, not the person itself. Conventional loan is tied to that individual, that
Right.
LLC. They have to keep that no matter what.
Right, okay. All right, the other thing is, there was some confusion as I read further into your information. One of those things was that it talked about the collector and their responsibility. So the winery goes ahead and does this. And then once that happens, do you send, how is our collector involved? Is she collecting the bill for you? Does it go on the tax bill? And then she removes that portion that belongs to you and sends it to your bank or your collector or whomever? Does it go that way?
No, Commissioner, and I apologize for the confusion. I was hesitant to provide our process and procedures for collection, because we use the term collector, even though we're using a third-party servicer. We use that term based off of statutory components. We use that term, but in this case, as in everywhere in Missouri, when we have a project, the first thing that we do after we close it is we will provide a copy of the assessment contract to the assessor, the county assessor, and collector to notify them that the project has been completed, the property has been improved by X amount of dollars. When collection time comes, your collector, the county collector, is not involved in any way. We send, our third-party servicer sends a bill directly to the property owner. That property owner then remits it to the appropriate account, where it's then reconciled and then remitted back to the capital provider. So we do not utilize the county collector for the collection or servicing of the PACE assessments. That only occurs in Jackson County, and that is because they operate under a different statute than every other county in the state, as far as collection goes.
But we have a lien against that property. How is the county involved as far as the lien that is against that loan?
The PACE lien?
Yeah.
They're not involved. So the county is going to send the winery its normal bill. Everything that you talked about here, the fire, the school, all that stuff, those line items are going to be listed on the tax bill they get at the end of the year. PACE will not be listed on the county tax bill. They will get a second bill from Show Me PACE Clean Energy District and Amerinat Services that will list that they have a PACE assessment, principal and interest, due by December 31st. Their job, property owner's job, is then to remit payment number 1 to the county for everything they owe there, and number 2 to PACE. Should a delinquency occur, Missouri law requires, if any foreclosure or delinquency action happens, no property can transfer hands unless the county's overdue taxes or money owed to the county is remedied. So even though we aren't doing it on one bill, that law does not allow, that law would prohibit us from, or the property owner transferring property. Does that make sense? Or did I go too far into the weeds with that answer?
So you're, say that he has a primary loan today on his property. Is then your loan that you do is that take priority over that, or is that like a secondary?
So the PACE assessment is an ad valorem tax.
It's what?
It's an ad valorem tax, just like the fire district or the city. That takes seniority over the senior lender, that mortgage, but only that payment. Anything in arrears, so if they're late, that takes seniority over the senior mortgage. Anything that year takes. But let's say it's a $100,000 project, $10,000 a year for 10 years, only the $10,000 takes first lien. The rest sits behind the senior lender. We all know we aren't concerned about our 2029 taxes, right? We're only concerned about this year's taxes. And PACE is the same way. You only are concerned with this year's PACE assessment.
Okay.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest with you, I'm completely confused. And I don't understand, what is the county's role in this?
You pass an ordinance, and then you point someone to the advisory board, and then that is it.
Why do we have to pass an ordinance?
State law requires all property tax mechanisms is controlled by the local jurisdiction.
Okay, and how is this
either
a
the
property
city
tax?
or the county.
Explain to me how this is a property tax mechanism.
We're utilizing the property tax authority that the county, or in other jurisdictions, the local cities have, to place an ad valorem tax on that property, just that parcel, nowhere else.
Okay, let me walk you through this process, or you walk me through this process. So somebody wants to put some solar panels on their house, and they want to get a loan, or on the business, this business.
Only commercial.
This
Yes,
business
Commissioner.
wants this winery, Walnut Creek Winery, they want some solar panels. Is that
Yes,
what this is for?
Yes.
And so they want a loan to get those solar panels?
Yes, they want an assessment, they want funding, yes.
No, so do they want a loan?
We don't consider it a loan. A bank provides a loan. PACE
So
provides an
money's gonna
assessment.
come from the bank?
This is an assessment on the property. No, this is not a loan. It doesn't come from a bank. It comes from a third party.
Okay, that's where I'm
financing.
confused.
Okay.
How does that work?
So a contract is entered, a tri-party contract. Has the capital provider, those providing the funds.
So like a bank? Or who's the capital provider?
In this one, we don't have one. They can choose from 25 different capital providers. Some are traditional banks. Some are entities that will then finance it up front and then sell it on the secondary market.
So it's not coming from PACE. PACE has nothing to do with financing.
We are the political subdivision that is the conduit that allows this process to occur. That's what I run, is the political subdivision that allows these two parties, private entities, it's a public-private partnership.
And how do you make your money?
How do I make? We charge a 1% fee that is capped on our projects that allows us to work throughout the state, large projects, small projects, areas that we
So
don't.
a 1% fee on the loan amount that they're taking out, or?
On their PACE amount. So if it's $100,000, then it's a 1% fee that we get for the closing. And then the lender charges whatever the lender charges.
Okay, so why wouldn't somebody, I still don't understand, why wouldn't somebody, if they want to put some solar panels on their house, why don't they just take out a loan, take out an equity loan?
There's a variety of different reasons. As I had mentioned to the other commissioner, there's the benefits that PACE provides that a traditional loan doesn't. And it could be that those reasons enough, the fact that it is off-book, the fact that it is 20-year fixed, considering that a lifespan, useful life of a solar panel is 30 to 35 years. Missouri's only covering 20 of that, but it allows them to pay a smaller, consistent amount each year to do that. It's paid one time instead of 12 times. It's not escrowed out. They know consistently every year what they're going to pay. There's no balloon or variable rate components to it.
Okay, so walk me through this again. They want a $100,000 loan to put some solar panels on this business.
Yes.
They go through you, who goes through this lender.
So if I may, you are the winery, all right? You come to us and you want a PACE assessment. You provide us a interest form. We connect you with a capital provider, or 5 of them. You choose between the 5 of what you want, and you create the terms of that agreement. Once that is provided.
So the terms, I'm going to whatever provider, I want $100,000 from you at a whatever interest rate.
Yes.
So those are my terms?
Yes.
Okay.
And then it's underwritten by their standards. And then you two, you and the lender provide us an application with an energy audit that allows us to then make.
Provide you a what?
I'm sorry?
What do I provide you?
An energy audit. So it's an analysis of what you're providing. Missouri law requires that you, the property owner, deem an economic benefit to whatever you're providing. That means that you have to save more than the project costs.
Okay.
Right? So we call that a savings to investment ratio. Your energy savings, your operation and maintenance, or capital cost avoidance, i.e. other capital was more expensive than PACE. That differential, that delta, that has to be more than what you're asking for. So in this example, you would have to save $100 and $1,000. So we verify that first. We also verify that the components that you're asking funding for are covered by the state. Missouri does not cover water conservation, as an example.
Okay, so I get this loan for $100,000 and I pay off that loan directly to whoever I got that loan from.
Yes.
Okay, and what if I stop paying?
So we would record, first off, if I can step back 1 second, after the agreement is entered into and closed, we would record the assessment with the recorder of deeds. So it is placed on the property each year, the lien of what is owed that year, not what is owed in the future, just that year. If you should fail to pay.
So, which is essentially what an equity loan does, like a home equity loan. The bank, the bank basically it's against your house. And if you don't pay it off, they can come and take your house.
It is a lien against that property, yes, the amount that's owed.
But why do we have to do that? Why do we have to get involved in that? Why does the county have to be involved in that? Why can't the lender just be involved with that?
If I can finish the example, I think it might help a little bit. Outside of, so if you had asked about the delinquency, okay? So it is a lien. The only thing that we can go after is what is owed. So on the $100,000, you miss 3 payments, we can only go after $30,000, whereas a bank would go after everything, not just what they would have.
When you say we, PACE or the lender?
Well, the lender and the Clean Energy District would pursue the foreclosure through the delinquency through the foreclosure action. 99.9% of the time that we've seen both in Missouri and throughout the country, when someone doesn't pay PACE, they also haven't paid their taxes and they haven't paid their mortgage. So we're working with all 3 parties.
I'm still not understanding the connection of why the county has to be involved in this. Why do we have to approve this? Why do we have to be involved? Why can't that just be, this is a deal between you, the lender, and whoever wants this money?
It is a property tax. It is an ad valorem tax, pardon me.
What do you mean it's a property tax?
It's an ad valorem tax added to that parcel of land. $100,000 is now, just like a TIF is created in a large community, a geographic area, PACE is only on your parcel, applies only to the parcel that is selected by, described by.
But we have nothing to do that property. We're not adding that property tax, right? That's nothing to our collector, right?
No.
I mean, our assessor, our collector.
But the financiers, by having it be an ad valorem tax, are able to leverage that position to be able to provide the secure financing for the property. That is.
I believe that Commissioner Wagner might be able to add some clarity to this if you'd like to try to.
Well, give it a shot. Speaking government speak, maybe. So when this was created, it was specifically to encourage more energy-related projects, thus the solar panel project. But the mechanism the state chose to do it was to essentially use that property tax regimen as the repayment mechanism to actually accomplish the payback of the loan. Because that's the mechanism that's being used, jurisdictions have to choose to join that. And so they could have passed the state law when they did this to say, it's good for the entire state. If you want to do this, you can do this. But instead, you had to affirmatively decide as a jurisdiction that you wanted to provide the opportunity for that kind of financing to be available.
Okay, can I ask him questions?
Oh, absolutely, please.
Okay,
so converse.
So you lost me when it became a property tax. So who bills that property tax?
So as he explained, as the middleman, if you will, I don't mean that to sound negative, but as the middleman between the source of the money and the project, then the Show Me Pace group, they're the ones that are billing it, they're the ones that are collecting it. But because of the mechanism that it is, which is essentially showing up on a property tax bill by the amount that has to be paid that year, that's the reason why the assessor and the collector are notified. But they don't really have to do anything. But because of the mechanism, we are required, just as whether it was us, or I know Liberty is already a member of the Jersey, right? The county, the city, whomever wants to make that available must affirmatively say, I want to join and be a part of this thing in order for someone to be able to access that kind of finance.
But you said it shows up on the property tax bill.
Correct me on that.
It does not, because we bill separately.
Right, you're billing separately, but the mechanism is very similar.
The mechanism is identical. It has the same authority and process, but we don't require the county collector to add it to the tax bill. We have met for the last, when we started this with collectors about how to design this, and the collectors were opposed to having it on there for a variety of different reasons, and so we bill directly. Many special taxing districts throughout the state bill directly to the property owner, and we utilize that process.
So could I add something to Josh? So if the winery decide to sell their winery at the end, and this amount is on there, is that taken care of during that time?
It could be. So what PACE allows, 2 examples. There was an office building in St. Louis that used this. 2 years after we did PACE, a new property owner saw the benefit that PACE provided, more efficient use. They could raise rents because it was better for more comfortable, et cetera. They paid off the PACE assessment when they saw, or when they bought that property. I'm currently in conversations with someone who wants to buy a hotel in St. Louis with PACE. They don't want to pay off PACE. They see the benefit that PACE is providing, and that cost each year for the assessment is lower than the benefit of what they're receiving. And when they provide that delta to what it would be to borrow more money to pay off the PACE assessment, they're going to keep the PACE assessment because they see that benefit. Unlike a traditional conventional loan, in those examples, in each of those examples, the property owner or the purchaser would have to pay off that note, or the seller would have to include it in theirs so they could get recouped in reality. And in this case, the options are out there.
What advantage is it to the county to do this?
We have seen 80 different projects that have utilized PACE throughout the state. Over $500 million of PACE funding that has leveraged $2 billion in just construction financing. The benefit is it's an economic development tool without you having to spend a dime. It can leverage properties that may not, not leverage is the wrong word. It can allow the creation and the development of properties that might not have otherwise for inability to access credit, debt, not enough equity, not enough partners. It can also ensure that that property chooses a more efficient process. So we're closing on a data center in a part of the state. Because they use PACE, they're going with water chillers instead of air chillers. They cost twice as much, but they are 3 times as efficient, as an example. They're much more efficient.
And so approval tonight isn't just for this project, it's to do it anywhere in the county?
Yes.
I would really like to get I hate to put people on the spot, but I'd really like to get the opinion of our, either our assessor or our auditor on this. That maybe you guys understand it better than I do, but I'd certainly like to know your thoughts on this. Let's get all the electeds involved.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tracy Baldwin, Clay County Assessor. It doesn't really have much of involvement with the assessment process, so I don't have a lot to say. But I do want to make the point, the only reason I got up here is the gentleman mentioned that he reports these assessments to the assessor and the collector. In the past, when we had residential PACE, That was never done. And as far as I know, that's still never been done. I've never gotten anything in my office from these assessments. So if this was approved, I would like a guarantee that we do get those assessments the way they're supposed to. And that is in the statute of the PACE program.
Oh, and do you have a recommendation one way or the other?
No, I mean, it's much better that we're not involved in the billing, or as far as like a tax lien or anything. The residential side was that way, and I would not recommend the residential side. It seems like they have cleaned up the process with the commercial part of it, to remove some of the liability from the county. But I still would like to be included. I mean, it does say in the statute, and I've gave it to the administrator and highlighted that, they are supposed to give a copy of the assessment to the collector and the assessor, and in the past, it's never been done. And I would like some guarantee that that does, if this is approved, to happen.
Okay.
And I would like to see that also, because what you were saying, I find a little concerning, that up until now, there have been some gaps in the reporting of these. If we're going to be going forward with this, I think we need to have assurances that they are fully reporting all of these, because we have to be aware of what is going on. And yeah, I mean, from my point of view, this is an economic development tool in that it allows to have more development going on in the county. It's not really a moneymaker, but the other thing I want to verify is that it is not a potential, and I don't believe it is, but that it's not a potential drag on the county either, that it's not a potential liability. So I mean, that's kind of where I'm going from, and I do follow Commissioner Johnson's concerns along those lines. Yes, Commissioner, go ahead.
Well, we'll go ahead and let the auditor go, and then I got a comment.
Okay.
Thanks, Victor Hurlbert, Clay County Auditor. Yeah, I don't have a large role in this. I think the only thing I'll mention, as has been stated, is that different from the residential program, this won't go on the collector tax bills. So that gives me a little bit of ease as far as auditing in that respect. But I do say, you think of the fiscal kind of impact again, we do get a commission rate on when it is on our tax bill. So you do kind of the cost benefit analysis. If it is completely apart from us, that commission rate that we talked about, kind of the process is no longer the county, it's someone else. So there's that consideration. But it doesn't sound like this, is going to be a significant amount. I share your confusion as to why the county is even involved. It seems like a strange mechanism for me, but the gentleman has pointed out a lot of the advantages for businesses. It sounds like it makes good business sense for someone to take advantage of this, so those are my observations.
Do you have any opinions?
I don't really have an opinion on it either way or the other.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and activate Commissioner Lawson's mic too, so we can have more of a freewheeling discussion here. But go ahead, Commissioner Wagner.
Sure. Just again, to hone in on a couple of points. This was created to help incentivize more energy-saving related improvements. That's why when we talk about an energy audit, that's why they do that. So you establish your baseline, and you basically, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you basically have to prove that the improvement that you want to make, in this case solar panels, will create such savings that it allows for the financing over those 20 years, and it makes sense. And as was pointed out, some may say, just because of on a cash flow basis, I'm either going to pay it off faster, or I'm going to take advantage of the time because it's a set amount, but I keep getting these energy savings as a result. So, I would dare say, I'm not a banker, but I would dare say that there are those in the banking community who would look at an energy audit and say, well, so what? How are you collateralizing this loan, right? In this case, you are looking at what those expected energy savings are, and then as the middleman, sorry again, but as the middleman takes it out to the market and says, who wants to give a loan based on these energy savings alone? And if they find someone who's willing to do that, boom, here's the opportunity, and the business can elect to change it. So think of it as a very specific kind of economic tool for someone who has that very specific kind of loan need. And then the means of repayment and all those things then go into whether or not that makes sense for them to want to utilize PACE or do something more conventional or hit up Lending Tree and take their chances with something like that, right? Because anymore, you just have more financing options than merely going to your local bank. So I don't know if that helps or not.
But the thing is, a bank cannot collateralize future energy savings.
Typically, probably not.
No, I don't think they do. So this is an alternative way to
Right.
draw that as a, I don't even like to use the word collateral, but
Right.
that's essentially it. Banks cannot.
Right, so
cannot
are they
do
going
this
to
kind of
go, is a
transaction.
business going to go to them and say, hey, I need working capital? No. Are they going to go to a business and say, hey, I need to buy a fleet of cars? No. But if someone says, I want to put on solar panels, or I want to do a window and door project, or if I want to buy or replace an old boiler with an HVAC system, then they may come to these guys because those sorts of projects fit what I believe was intended when this passed. The issue of why do we have to vote on this, I would just simply point out it's yet one more example of the craziness of the state of Missouri and most other states. I don't have a good answer for you other than really that.
I would guess that to do it countywide, or to do it statewide, there was enough pushback from collectors and other county officials that it was just, to get it passed, they had to do it as an opt-in, not necessarily a blanket thing. I'm guessing that's the politics of it, but I don't know that.
So I do also have a question about the qualifying properties. We talked about commercial properties, but it also says properties owned by not-for-profit entities and also agricultural properties. In my area where I live, there's a lot of people, residential homes that are zoned agricultural. Does that apply to them?
It would not apply to the residential property. It would have to be a commercial entity.
Agricultural.
Agriculture. I mean, yes, it's not the residential. We can only do 4 units or more as defined by HUD is multifamily. So if it's 3-unit property duplex, we don't do that. We have, and to the statement of your assessor, we have never operated in Clay County. So we have never violated the law by not providing the assessor and collector the documentation. We've never done residential here. We do that with every one of our projects, and as I assured him, we would continue to do that with the projects. We have 2 that are interested in the county, and so if and when they are completed, then we would do that.
But an LLC would qualify.
It would have to depend. I'll give you an example. We were working in northern Missouri. They wanted to put in a renewable natural gas on a hog farm. And then they wanted to put solar on a hog pen in the middle of a field a quarter of a mile away from anything. The problem is that PACE is dependent upon the value of that property or what you're putting it on. As you can imagine, a hog barn or just a shelter doesn't have that much value to it, especially compared to the solar panels on it. So we couldn't do that part of the project. But we have done we've worked on that project, a hog processing facility in southern Missouri. We've had projects with agrivoltaics or with indoor agriculture, indoor growing, stuff like that.
So just because somebody has a residence in a zoned agricultural area doesn't mean they don't qualify?
Correct. I mean, not knowing the details, I would say no to that example.
Yeah. Okay, then the last question I have is actually for our county administrator, and I hate to put you on the spot. Actually, I don't hate to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you have an opinion on this?
Well, I do have a question for Josh. Can you explain more on the representation on the board?
Certainly. So the questions that you're having on and the problems that the assessor raised. So we ask that each entity that joins our district to sit on our advisory board. We meet annually and we communicate quarterly. Our goal with the annual meeting is to let you know what we're doing, changes we've made in the program, what you can see, but also to hear back from you, things that are going well, things that are not going well. So an example is if we did these 2 particular projects that are in front of us in your county, and the assessor has informed, and let's say Damon is the one who is the representative, says we have no idea these are going on, that would be a problem that you would bring to us And our board would be notified, us as the administrator, the staffing agency, would be told to do things differently, and we would work on that. So that's all that is a regular communication, a point of contact, and making sure it's a two-way street to make sure we're hearing from you, hopefully good things, but also bad if it comes to that.
And going back to the economic tools, so one of the things he brought up in discussions, meaning Josh, we've been talking to him for a while. We've had him not only present to myself along with our collector's office and others to try to, before we brought him before you all. We had the same stigmatisms that happened before with the residential side, which I think that was a lot of why it was not passed statewide, because initially the program both with residential and commercial. And now they vetted that. We talked to him directly about that, and now it's only commercial. And to me, when you look at smaller entities and the fact that you can get tied to your property, but not tied to you as a lone person, to me, I think it's a good economic tool. It's an opportunity. So it's still a choice for you as a business if you decide to go that direction. And it's still energy related. So from my standpoint, it's something that without having a heavy weight on us as staff, it made me less pause about moving forward with it.
Okay, so you have no problems with it then?
No.
Okay.
Commissioner Lawson, I believe you've been very patient. Do you have something you'd like to add?
have been. Well, now I will tell you this. I did some research on PACE. And I went in and I said, I would like to see any negative comments about PACE. And I got quite a few, but they were residential. So I didn't see anything negative about the business side. I apologize for being so thick and for beating a dead horse here, but I really, really cannot see why we, county, need to be involved in this in any way, shape, or form. I understand what you're saying, that I've known a lot of businesses that have put solar panels up, and they just did it without us being involved in any way, shape, or form. So the long-term portion of it is great for a business, but let's say 2019 happens all over again and the bottom falls out of businesses. Then, those people can't pay that yearly bill. And so then you enact that lien and they lose their business. So you talked, one of the things you said I found interesting was that you said they don't make 3 payments. Now that would be 3 years, right?
Correct. And your county collector waits 3 years before they enforce tax delinquencies, correct?
They do what?
Your county collector waits 3 years until they enforce tax delinquencies and pursue a foreclosure based off of delinquent taxes.
Right.
Missouri law says that anybody dealing in this area must take action after the 3rd missed payment. There's only 1 or 2 counties in the state that do it earlier than 3 years.
Right.
Missouri law says that you can go as early as 120 days. Nobody does that, right? So if they miss that first payment, because we are collecting directly and not using the county collector, we have the flexibility. Every time that there's a missed payment, I get on the phone with the collector, the senior lender, and the property owner to find out what's going on, who's been paid, what's the concerns. We work with them to see if there's a particular issue that rose and okay, we can fix this. Property owners they have the flexibility to waive penalties and interest, which we heard this morning. The county does not, or not this morning, earlier.
Yeah, we haven't been here that long.
Sorry. We can be more flexible this way. And what I had shared with you many times, PACE is part of the capital stack. It's with the traditional lender. The senior lender provides consent to this because of that first lien position. And all I can say is that Clay County is growing. There are 38 states that have PACE. Our neighbor to the west does not. Kansas does not. I received 6 phone calls this year for projects in Kansas City, or pardon me, in Kansas. There's nothing to say that you can't utilize this as an opportunity to bring those people over here to finance something without having to use any special taxing dollars to help them relocate here, improve a building so it can operate more efficiently. And even if they do leave, it is easier and lower cost to operate, which is what we see nationally, is
Yeah.
what PACE is used for.
Right.
Well, I mean, I see the benefit, but I just have to say I'm very uncomfortable about it. So whatever the crew decides, but I don't see why, I really can't, and I apologize, I know you've tried your best, but I cannot see why I have to approve this for you. Then if there's other people out there that do similar things as them, would we have to then approve for them to get it too? So we're being fair?
Well, so my experience in Kansas City was, they were actually the second to come to Kansas City. So it's somewhat of a decision. So to answer your central question, any PACE program that wants to come to Clay County, just as Josh is doing here, they would come here too, because we would be required to say, yeah, we're going to join that group. So yes, if someone said, I like a different operator, no offense, I like a different operator, so I'd like to go through them, but they're not part, or we are not part of that, then yes, they would come forward just as he has done.
Okay.
But again, it's somewhat the choice of a business who says, I'd like to have access to that tool. This winery, maybe it's the only one that ever happens in Clay County, but I have a feeling if someone is interested in saving on their energy costs, they'll go seek them out, or a contractor will go seek them out, or whatever. So because of its specialty and what it's designed to help finance, that's why they're coming to them. But because of how state law is written, and again, I think it's correct to say that whole residential issue is probably the driver behind that opt-in. Unfortunately, we got to opt in. So if we don't opt in, then that winery and any other future business will not have that tool. So that's, yeah.
And I get the financing end of it, and I guess it's because of that financing and the manner in which they do that financing that the government is saying we have to sign off on it.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question. Say we approve this, and 2 years from now, for whatever possible reason, we decide, what a mistake. What were we thinking? What are the steps for walking it back or opting out, if that should be the choice of a future commission?
So because it's an ad valorem tax using that authority, part of the ordinance is a cooperative agreement, and there is a paragraph in there that says that you cannot withdraw if it would remove the assessment from the property, but you can withdraw to say nothing in the future. So if we do it today and we have a project tomorrow, and next year you say you don't want to do it, we can't do anything in the future, but that one particular property and project would still be there.
So those existing businesses would be basically grandfathered in. We couldn't walk back any of those, but we would only be able to stop any future transactions. That makes sense. Commissioner Johnson?
So if there's a foreclosure on that property, is the county on the hook to pay that loan?
No, Commissioner.
How does that happen?
Well, I can tell you there's only been 3 foreclosures on a commercial PACE project in the entire country.
Okay, but if there is a
out of
foreclosure-
4,000. The way that it would work, it would be we would take action in line with the capital provider and do a judicial foreclosure. And when it goes through that process, before it's sold, the tax sale is sold, they'd have to pay, and I apologize, I'm not sure why I'm pointing to you, but they would then have to pay the county taxes on top of whatever they purchased the property for in the foreclosure process.
Okay, so let me give you a scenario. this place forecloses, the loan's not paid off, how do you get the money for that loan?
You said the business foreclosed.
Walnut Creek Winery foreclosed.
Okay, so but the property still is there?
The physical
The
property?
winery still exists?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that property, the structure, can still be foreclosed on, and the first position in line with the county would be the PACE assessment in front of.
So it's foreclosed on by the bank. The bank says, hey, you're not paying your mortgage. We're going to foreclose on you. Who pays the bill on?
If it's foreclosed by the bank, and I can't think of I can't understand a scenario where we aren't involved in that process because of our position, right? And the engagement that we have.
How would you be involved? Why would the bank care about you? They just, hey, you're not paying your mortgage, we're going to foreclose on your property.
And Commissioner, just right, you don't mean the lender, the PACE lender, you mean the mortgage holder on the property.
Right.
Yeah.
The mortgage, yes.
I guess, let me ask you in your scenario, are they paying their property taxes?
I don't know.
No, okay.
I don't care. The bank has foreclosed on their property.
Right. Well, the same way
And the
that a
property owner
bank,
still owes you, $100,000, whatever it is. Who pays, what happens to that loan?
whatever amount is outstanding that is due. So let's say it's 3 years in, okay? So that's $30,000 in our example that we've been going with. That $30,000 for the foreclosure for the bank that they're going through, our $30,000, if they sell it for $100,000, we get our $30,000. Our lender gets their $30,000 before the senior lender, the mortgage lender, gets their remaining $70,000. And even in that case, they'd have to sell their property taxes. The PACE assessment has first lien, which is why we require mortgage lender consent.
So before the bank?
Before the mortgage, which is why we require consent. But again, not the entire $100,000, only that is owed or delinquent.
Only that is owed what?
Only that is owed or delinquent. So if you missed your 2025, in this example, that's $10,000. If you missed 2026, that's $10,000 plus penalties and interest plus another $10,000. That part is the only thing PACE can collect on. The remaining, in our example, $80,000 sits behind the mortgage holder.
What's that mean?
It means we don't have first lien rights. The
So
$20,000.
so where does that money come from?
What-
How do you get your $80,000?
Someone would have to buy the property. If no one buys the property, no one gets paid, mortgage lender or PACE.
So whoever
or
buys the
county.
property has to buy the additional $80,000?
No, they only have to buy the $20,000 plus penalties and interest. And then the 80 stays there. If the buyer wants to pay the 80, they can. Or they assume the assessment and have to pay the annual amount each year, just like they'd have to pay the taxes each year. But they are aware of that at the time of purchase.
That's why I said the improvement goes with the property, not the person. So if a foreclosure were to happen, the PACE loan is still there because the improvement is still there. And it's for that reason that it stays. In much the same way, if someone's home is foreclosed on where there's an HOA and the dues still need to be paid, if I'm buying that house, I'm paying back the dues, even though that's not the bank, but it sits there, just like the PACE loan sits there, but it's just treated a little bit differently.
So what this ordinance would do would put their loan a priority over the bank's loan, where they get paid first before the bank got their money for the foreclosure.
Right, but only for what had not been paid to that point, correct?
That's been required.
Yeah. So it's almost the same way as you didn't pay your taxes or you didn't pay whatever fees you had. It's not looking out into the future. It's just what hadn't been paid at the time that the foreclosure occurred.
So just like getting caught up in your current property taxes.
Right.
But nonetheless, there's still $80,000 that's owed.
It's still sitting there.
And so who's going to pay that $80,000?
Whoever comes in and says, I'm going to buy this property.
They have to
either-
pay that as
yes.
well.
They'll either pay it annually as the assessment, or they'll pay it when they buy the property.
But they can choose how they
do.
want to treat that.
Yes, they have that choice.
And there's no, okay. And so the county doesn't get involved in any way, taking anybody's house from them, or putting a lien against anything, or anything whatsoever.
Not in this
We
process.
don't put anything up on auction, nothing. It's not like if they didn't pay their property taxes and we take their house from them and put it up on auction.
Not in this county, no.
So that doesn't happen.
Not in this county, no.
And the county is not responsible for any of that loan whatsoever.
Correct.
Yeah, because again, the basis of that loan is the savings on the energy, which they've already established through their energy audit. So kind of to that earlier point, if the property's got a problem, chances are it's not because of this. It is because they can't probably pay everything else. It just so happens that this is attached to it, but the basis of what repays it has already been established before they ever even got that PACE loan. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
My problem is you got a property owner, and for whatever reason, they lose their job, health issues, whatever, they can't pay their mortgage anymore. And so the bank says, sorry, we're taking this back. They can't pay their mortgage. They also can't pay what they owe PACE, or the lender, whoever it is. And so
would
the
say-
concern is,
Commissioner Johnson, I mean, but your ideology is looking at them as a mortgage or as a homeowner. Look at it as a business owner. So if I'm a business owner and I want to upgrade my business to allow them to be able to, one, serve the public, but also to make it more attractive to someone else to purchase my business, that's my investment I want to make. So this is an investment mechanism to increase that business itself. So if it does foreclose on, I mean, if my business if I go out of business, then I'm going to have to sell it no matter if I had a bank loan or any of it. What I think is helpful is the fact that now that it's not it's on a lien on that property. It's on that property itself. So that's why it has to be on the property itself. But when you're speaking of it as a mortgage, as a homeowner, but think about it as a business owner who's enhancing their business to be more attractive to someone else or to someone else continue providing that service. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could think of a winery utilizing the location it has and the access to sun to do the solar panels to help with their operations, but use it in an efficient way. And then if someone comes and decides, hey, I want to purchase this winery in the future, well, now I have a loan to do that improvement, but now that loan should be more feasible to like more attractive to be purchased by someone else. You got what I'm saying?
yeah, so I'm just wondering, I mean, what do the banks think about this? The mortgage lenders, for the mortgage for the property, the business?
Well, I mean, it should be a mortgage for a property on there if they have it, if they don't already own the property. But that should be the valuation they're doing when they decide whether or not they're going to provide them a loan.
If I could, to clarify that, that's why we require the mortgage lender to provide us consent. They see the property, they see the project, and they have to sign a document saying, I understand PACE is being put on this property. I understand that PACE will take first lien for anything that is owed or delinquent. So we require that to make sure that they're not blindsided.
And you're comfortable nothing's going to come back to the county in any way on that?
Nothing's going to come. My understanding, based on what we've read, that this is for their program. Our portion of it is allowing them to move forward with the program within our county. As far as us being collectors or or taking a property, that is not what I'm getting from these documents or from what we have here.
All right.
Commissioner Wagner?
Well, I want to bring out one section there. It says, county as a non-party, which is E. Clay County should not be a party of PACE funding agreement, loan, or other commitment, however denominated, executed between district and the owners or the representatives of the qualifying property. That's in your portion of it. So that's what I'm saying as far as us being a part of that situation.
Commissioner Wagner?
I was going to make a motion, but I think there's a further question.
Did you want to go and push your button over?
You got me on?
It didn't come up. There it is.
What's wrong with my,
There you
there
go.
you go.
There you are.
Okay. I was just looking at the program administration. And let's see, entering into assessment contracts with qualifying property owners, providing a copy of each executed notice of assessment to the county assessor, and causing a copy of each such notice of assessment to be recorded in the real estate records of the recorder of deeds, authorizing and dispersing PACE funding to the qualifying property owners, receiving the PACE assessment from the county collector, recording any lien if needed due to non-payment of a PACE assessment, and exercising all powers granted such and such section of the Missouri Revised Statutes as amended, including but not limited to the power to levy and collect the PACE assessment pursuant to an assessment contract with the qualifying property owner. Amen. So, does that help at all? If you read the program administration as you go down in there, Jay?
Can you repeat which section that was, Commissioner Lawson? The section you're reading, which section was that again?
What section?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Section B, Section 1B. Program administration. You see it?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Are you asking regarding that, what is that?
I just thought Jeff Jay read that.
Oh, okay.
But you would do this anyway, authorizing.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments? We discussed this thing pretty thoroughly, so I mean, yes, Mr. Counselor.
Yeah, sorry, if we're reading a little bit, I know we read B, we read E, which is, we're a non-party. You also might want to look at C, which indicates we have no liability whatsoever, either individuals or the county as a whole, and that would be something else to, if it gives anyone a little more comfort in what role we play here.
It also says shall not be personally liable to any persons for claims.
Right, yeah, that's C, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, do we want to move forward? I mean, certainly more questions would be in order, but do we want to go ahead and entertain a motion? Commissioner Wagner?
Thank you. Move to approve 2025 Ordinance 28.
Motion has been made for the approval of 2025 Ordinance 28. Any further discussion? Seeing none, you are recognized to close.
I close.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Wagner.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson.
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
That completes our regular agenda. Excuse me, that brings us to our consent agenda. Mr. Administrator, if you would like to go forward with that.
Yes, we have 5 items on our consent agenda. Our first one is 2025-374, approval of invoices going from the period of December 6th to December 17th. Total of 419 invoices totaling $993,686.67. The next one is 2025-383 is approval of cooperative purchase service agreement with CNC Group for security cameras, door control, card access, and software support with our facilities department. Your next one is 2025-385, approval of RFP 132-25 agricultural acreage lease with Roush Brothers, LLC, Little Platte, Smithfield Lake, Smithfield, Missouri, with our Parks Department. 2025-386 is approval RFP number 133-25, agriculture acreage lease with Roush Brothers LLC, Camp Branch, Smithfield Lake, also with Parks Department. And then our last one is a transfer of funds with our Auditors Department of $90,000 for our health insurance benefits to cover those items.
Commissioner Johnson.
Move to approve tonight's consent agenda.
Motion's been made for approval of this evening's consent agenda. Discussion? Seeing none, you are recognized to close.
I close.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter? Commissioner Lawson?
No.
Commissioner Wagner? Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. That brings us to reports. Mr. Administrator?
Yes. Tonight, we have a report from our Human Resources Department, paid parental leave policy report for 2025 utilization impact. This is an annual report that we provide. The report's within your package for additional reading, but for the public, the report evaluates utilization and initial impact of the county's 8-week paid parental leave policy for the year of 2025. Another example of providing a service or a support for us to be an employer of choice through our strategic planning. Total participants this year, 15 employees, 8 from the Sheriff Department and 7 from the general staff. The length of the policy is 8 weeks, and so the average was about 8 weeks taken, but 15 employees were able to take advantage, bringing new bundles of joy to their homes and be able to take 8 weeks of leave to take care of those bundles of joy and bring them into their families. So that'd be it. Any questions on the report?
Thank you. Next item are discussion items. We have one issue on there. Mr. Administrator?
Yes. Page 2 of the agenda. Platte County withdrawal from the Mental Health Board. And I'll pass it back to you, Commissioner Nolte.
Thank you. This has been something we've been dealing with for some time now. What I would like to do would be to go through some points that I've actually interacted with Commissioner Carpenter on a little bit to try to get another set of eyeballs. What I would like to do is to go ahead and give you these bullet points, discuss them, see if there's something, if that is the way the commission wants to go forward. At that point, then we can present those to the other two counties so that they can evaluate them also. But I didn't feel right about putting this out to other counties until we had had a chance for our commission to look at it and make sure that this was something that we had an agreement on before we went forward. Given that, one of the first things is there's a proposed separation date of December 31, 2026, which I think is still viable, and it's a reasonable place to go. Excuse me. It allows for a break. The fiscal year for the Mental Health Board is, in fact, as ours is with a calendar year, so that makes logical sense. And again, these are not necessarily in the particular order that they need to appear on the resolution, but when we come to that agreement, I would like certainly the counselor to put these in a bit more of a good shape. The Platte County Commissioners would remain on the board up until the end of that period, until December 31st, 2026. However, I think that it makes sense that those members would recuse themselves on votes that would be related to expenditures in the 2027 year. That would be after the Platte County departure. Also, I would like to see them recuse themselves on changes to bylaws and the elections of officers. Really, I think the primary thing that makes sense to me is that the Platte County members would be, for the most part, just voting on 2026 expenditures. They have I think it's wholly appropriate for them to monitor how Platte County funds are being expended through that board, so that makes a lot of sense to me. I would also, on the rules and bylaws changes, and some of this is going to apply for our resolution, some of it's not, so I'm just kind of putting everything out there a bit. And that is, we want to have some mechanisms in place to make sure the tax monies coming from Clay and Ray County post the separation, starting in 27, do not get expended on citizens of other counties, so that the monies that are spent by Clay County and by Ray County go to Ray and Clay County residents only. With that in mind, I would also suggest that we have quarterly reports from the board to all the counties throughout the year, monitoring the progress of the separation and breakouts of expenses by counties. That should not be too terribly difficult a lift, because my understanding is the board has already started on that process, working with their vendors, and there are, by and large, 2 major vendors. So it's not as difficult as it may appear. So that's something I think that we can make sure that everybody is monitoring these numbers as we go along, to make sure that we are having a fair distribution when we come to the point where we settle up. One of the things that concerns me is that there are most certainly Platte County residents who would be receiving services through Beacon and some of the other vendors. I would like some way for Platte County to notify their citizens that they will no longer be part of that board, so that we can ensure that we don't have someone showing up expecting services that they may have been receiving in the past, and then kind of having a bit of an issue when that comes up. When we get to the separation on December 31st, 2026, according to the audit provided by Victor Hurlbert, there has been historically, and this is kind of the maximum extent, but invoices can be received as late as 45 days after services are rendered. So what I would like to see us put in there is that we would take that 45-day period and make that our cutoff, and then allow a couple of weeks just to get the numbers crunched, so that while the separation would occur, we would get our final numbers 60 days after that period. That way we can come up with an accurate accounting of which monies went to which counties, and then we can make the most accurate possible separation of funding, so that Platte County would get the money that they are entitled to, and we would have the best numbers to work from. Excuse me. I don't anticipate a lot, but any expenses that would be incurred through this separation, I would like to see put on the responsibility of Platte County, because they are initiating the separation. Therefore, I can't see where we would have a lot of outside expenses, but I would certainly like to account for that, to make sure that any of those were taken care of. We would, when in the settlement, we were talking about funding that would have been received, that they would have, that the board would have authority over. The other part of that is assets. My understanding from talking to the auditor, from talking to the chair of the board, that is, there seemed to be not very much in the way of assets. I mean, we're talking about maybe some older computers, maybe some desks, that sort of thing. What I would like to do would be, as an addendum to our separation agreement, to have that listing. And my sense of it is we're going to be looking at a pretty low dollar figure. If it is sufficiently low dollar figure, and I'm thinking 1,000, something like that, those assets need to stay with the board. Because, I mean, if you were talking about this in terms of a divorce, it's like a couple arguing over who gets to keep the 1972 Neil Diamond album. It just doesn't, it starts to get a little too deep in the weeds, but that would be something that that I would suggest that we do. Because that way it would allow them to go forward. And let's face it, an old computer is not worth a lot. In fact, we're probably going to be needing to replace those anyway. And I don't know if it would be advisable for some kind of formal release of obligations to be put together at the end of this process. That's something I would defer to the county council on. And really, that's a lot of it right there. Like I say, I want to make sure that that there's a notification that this is going to be taking place, and that we go forward with there. One of the things that I want to also point out is in the conversations that I've had with the presiding in Platte County have been cordial. This is not an angry separation. It is just a matter of Platte County has a different way that they would like to go. And so all the transactions that I've had with Platte County, most especially with the presiding commissioner, have been cordial and in the spirit of cooperation. I think everybody wants to see that the result of this separation is the maximum amount of continuation of services for our respective citizens. So I do appreciate the fact that they have been so forthcoming and so willing to openly talk about this. I've also reached out to the presiding in Ray County, and they have indicated that they are interested in pretty much going along with whatever we can decide upon. So what I would like to do is just open the discussion to any of those points, talk about them a little bit. Where I'd like to end up with this would be to give instructions to staff and to council to say start drafting this up so that we can start making sure that all the respective parties get a chance to look at this. Are there questions, comments? Commissioner Lawson, I see you are up first.
Yeah, first of all, I hate that this happened. I wish that we had known more earlier about them going away, because I don't know that sitting down with them in advance would have made a difference or not, but I wish I'd had that opportunity. The thing I would like, can we legally, I feel they're going to leave the end of 26. I would think that we'd want them to continue in their role until the end of 26 and not kind of cut them out of everything right away. You know, I'd like them to have the opportunity to continue to participate. If we're going to draft this document, I want to have that document in front of me. So I just, all of those points that you just discussed, I can go over each one of them and think about, is this the way I'd like it, or could I change this, you know, couple of things?
No, you're absolutely right, because the point of this discussion is to see if everybody is okay with that, then put it into that draft form so that then you have that. But if somebody says, well, gee, this is a no-go, and the commission all decides that's a no-go, then there's no point in having the county councilor drafted into that. So that's part of the deal. But just to also reiterate a little bit, yes, I think it is important that the Platte County members do stay, but having them vote on items that are 2027 appropriations is not, I don't think, appropriate, and I think their recusal is kind of necessary. We do the same thing here in the commission. A lame duck commission cannot vote on a prospective budget. That's why we vote in January during the election periods. But please go right ahead.
But here's the bottom line. I would like for them to also have a copy of this document. And I'd like their participation on how they feel about these different points.
Are you talking about the county or the?
Platte County.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like Platte County to see the same document I'm looking at and get their feedback on, because they may feel exactly as you do. You know, well, I shouldn't do this and I shouldn't do that, but I still want to do this. So I just want to be very fair. We're going to continue to live so close and still work on projects together. So in that vein, I would like very much for them to at least give us feedback on the document. And, you know, then we can discuss it and decide how we all want to handle it. But I would like their participation. I do want to get their opinion. In fact, Scott and I have had some, we have talked about some of the issues. I don't believe it crossed the line into negotiations, because that would not be what my intent was. My intent was to get enough information, and it has to come, like I said, in my mind, the first priority is to make sure that this commission is aware of it, because from the document generated by this discussion, then we can actually start having those kinds of discussions. And by the way, I didn't think to mention this. I think everybody does know this. A county can leave this association in 2 years
to leave sooner requires a vote of the other counties. So what we pass would not necessarily need to be identically passed by Ray County, but it would have to be in substance. Is that a fair way to put it, Mr. Counselor? Okay. Please go ahead.
Well, that was it. I think that any further negotiation, any further negotiations, we need to have that as a unit, not, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, Commissioner. I'm just saying that in future, any discussion about how these things are going to work, I would, for total transparency, I would like for it to be done amongst us, and the message taken to them is a consensus of this commission.
Well, the subject came up in September.
I know, but I'm just saying.
And nobody has come to me to tell me that, well, very few. I'm sure maybe someone has come up, and as I say, I reached out to Commissioner Carpenter, but I have not gotten that much contact from commissioners about any interest in this. So if you want me to do that, you're going to have to talk to me.
I would like that.
You're going to have to talk to me,
I would very
though.
much like that, for that to happen, because I still have a feeling that had we had the opportunity from the get-go, when their first letter came to us, for us to be able to have, perhaps even as an open meeting, to have had a discussion with them, maybe we could have changed their mind, maybe we wouldn't have, but that'll always stick in the back of my mind. Anyway, all I want to see is open transparency, see the document, be able to discuss it among ourselves, and to get their feedback as well. I feel that we owe them that courtesy, and then go from there.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Carpenter.
Thank you, Commissioners. So first of all, I just want to thank Commissioner Nolte for working on this. I know you worked hard on it and chatting with me about it. So as I see it, there are two ways things go. One is that the separation doesn't occur for whatever set of reasons, in which case this is less applicable. But in the scenario in which indeed that goes forward and Tri-County comes to its conclusion, this strikes me as a reasonable list of starting points anyway. I will admit my lack of expertise, and so I think obviously engaging the lawyers when it comes to ending a statutory arrangement and contracts. Obviously, I would want some professional legal minds to weigh in on that process. But this strikes me as a good starting point. If the separation is going to go forward, again, there is of course an option to not do that. In which case we would not do this. But this seems like a good starting point to me. So thanks.
Thank you. And by the way, should there be a change of heart on the part of Platte County, we will always talk to them as friends, because that's what they are. So we will always, if Platte County says, you know what, maybe this isn't what we want to do, we would certainly be open to that. Right now, my understanding, my feeling is their feet are pretty much set on this path. So therefore, I think it's good to deal with them as friends, not just on this issue, but keeping in mind, and this is something I think that is an overall overarching kind of an issue that I think we should bear in mind, and that is we have a whole myriad of issues that we cooperate with Platte County on at MARC and in a lot of different things, TIFs, that sort of thing. And if we are going to prosper as a Northland, that's going to require a strong and a good partnership between Clay and Platte counties beyond the tenure that any of us hold. So we need to be building this bridge and making sure that we are, in fact, keeping that relationship vibrant. Commissioner Wagner?
Thank you. I think generally speaking, the list that you've presented is fine. I do have a couple comments. One that's probably our business, the other one may not be. As I note our visitor, I can't resist. But pertaining to the assets, your point may be well taken that the assets themselves have a de minimis value. Nevertheless, I'd be curious to know if there is value, and you can't put a saw on a computer and split it up, although, well, my son has tried. But if there is some value, then I think we need to establish what that is. And it would be my assertion that at whatever cash value that may be, that becomes the basis of a split of those assets. Particular to the one that is none of my business, but as a Northlander, I will ask for our friends in Platte County. It strikes me that the service providers are pretty limited. There is no special Clay County provider, as there is not a special Platte County provider. But when we talk about dates and ending dates and trying to communicate with providers and what they may communicate to those who may have come from Platte County to Beacon or wherever, it seems to me, and this is, I guess, the basis of my question, it seems to me at some point in 2026, it behooves somebody, whether it is the current organization as it is currently constructed or whatever Platte County Commission is constructed, that somebody is activated in that second, third, or fourth quarter of 2026 to contract with those providers so that, yeah, December 31st, 2026, here's the deal, but January 1, here's the new deal, and for anyone who is looking for services, as far as they are concerned, it is seamless. And so I don't know, again, that is not my purview, it is none of my business, but it does strike me that that should be the way it goes, and I thought I'd just provide you the opportunity, Presiding Commissioner, if there is an answer to that, or if there's not, that's fine too.
Turn
But
your
just
mic on.
wanted to see if there was one, because I think that would be important.
Thank you. Scott Fricker, Platte County Presiding Commissioner. Appreciate you discussing this topic tonight. It's something I have personally been working on for a full year. And Presiding Commissioner Nolte and I we are both on the board of directors for MARC, so we meet frequently. We talk about Northland issues. I really appreciate the partnership with Clay County. I think it's really important that it stays strong. I don't want this to cause any hard feelings at all, because it is important for us to be united whenever possible. Platte County is leaving the Clay Platte Ray Mental Health Board. There was no turning back on that, and there really hasn't been any thoughts or any possibility of not going forward with this for quite some time. The real issue that I am trying to resolve as soon as possible is whether or not we are out at the end of 2026 or at the end of 2027. If you don't act, if you don't allow us to leave through commission action at the end of 2026, then we have to stay through 2027. There are a lot of physicians and mental health professionals in Platte County that are anxious to stand up our own board. We have a lot of really fresh ideas for mental health services for people in Platte County, things that frankly aren't happening with this board. And having only 2 votes out of 9 on the board really leaves us with little opportunity to make changes in the program. So with respect to assets, the only assets that I can think of worth anything are cash assets,
Sure. Yeah.
Because at the end of each year, every dollar isn't spent. At the end of each program year, right? In fact, expenditures continue to be made until around May of the following year. So if we are done at the end of 2026, our board members will probably stay on until the 2026 program year money is spent. And I completely agree with Jerry's suggestions to have them abstain from voting on anything other than expenditures in that program year, whether it's bylaw changes or whatever that happens to be, future funding cycle decisions and that sort of thing. So we have people standing by waiting to form our board. And as Jerry said, Ray County will do what you do. I have spoken with Presiding Commissioner Sheila Tracy. She's indicated that's their plan. If you don't take action, then we lose energy and we lose momentum, and we won't stand a board up for a year, right? But if you decide that you are going to take action, it would be helpful for us to know that as soon as possible, because we have to get a board organized and appointed. We have to draft bylaws, and we have to get applications out to the mental health community service providers by June, let's say. So we really have to get going if this is going to end at the end of '26. There are details, and the attorneys will figure those out. I don't know what the mechanisms are. I don't know if it's an amendment to the original operating agreement or just commission action through a resolution. You guys will figure that out. And the details, I'm sure we can all work out. It's really, in my view, it's the big question of 1 year or 2 years.
Well, and just to clarify, and I didn't mention this, but it is my intention that, assuming we can get this, at least a consensus from the commission on how we move forward, I would like to see this to be before us perhaps on January 8th. I would really like to see that. I understand that there is a intervening holiday, but I don't want this to go on any further, and I want to make sure that we not only honor the request that you have put forward, that we end it on at the end of 2026, but that we also allow enough time for everybody to arrange their organizations in such a way that will allow a pretty much unbroken chain of service to the people that we both serve. Yeah. And something that the commissioner had alluded to is that if they so choose, the Platte County or any county could leave at the end of a 2-year period. But I don't think that is in the best interest of all concerned for a number of reasons. The thing is, the decision is made from Platte County, and I think to keep an entity in an organization like this longer than they are really wanting to be there, it does not really serve any purpose. As long as we have the time to make that transition, all it does is it creates the potential for more conflict. And I think what we need to do is to move as expeditiously as possible to make sure that we're able to put this together. And the thing is, Platte County could just say, we're out of here in 2 years, and just sit there and say, so there you are. But they're working very constructively together. And one of the things that we were wanting to put together was, and we shared it, of course, with both your county and with Ray, and that is the report from excuse me, I keep wanting to demote you, Administrator Hurlbert, which I thought was very instructive. And I do think we need to make sure that we are sharing information as we go. But please continue with what you were saying.
No, I don't have much else to add other than I think this is actually going to be a very positive thing for Clay County, if you want to know the truth. I would cancel the office. They spend $18,000 a year on an office they don't use. They have one full-time employee, who, by the way, is the daughter of the founding board member who's still on there. She is not capable, in my opinion, and I asked for documents for months and months, and when I finally got some stuff, it was completely inadequate. You need like a part-time bookkeeper. You will actually have lower overhead per county after we leave if you make some of these changes. It's going to be a positive thing. And frankly, the audits are worthless that they do, and the applications are repetitive. They're the same thing year after year after year. It's tired, and there's no performance metrics. We have no idea how well these programs are doing, which is why we're looking in a completely different direction for programming. And so I think that if your board members take all that to heart, there's a real opportunity for improvement of mental health services as well as more fiscal responsibility. So,
No, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. In fact, we have, during the course of this year, appointed, I nominated, and the commission obviously appoints some new members. And one of the things that I was, that I talked to them about was that that board should not run, that there were some improvements to be made. I'm trying to be diplomatic, but that there were some improvements that needed to be made. And when I nominated him for this board, which was kind enough to ratify that choice, it was to put them in as, to some degree, agents of change.
Yeah.
And what I would, and obviously this doesn't have as much to do with the separation agreement, but my hope would be that they would, in fact, not my hope, what I'm going to arrange is that they come before us once we get kind of our feet under us on this thing and talk to us about the reforms that I think both you and I have talked about that really need to be made to make it a more effective organization, because there's a lot of good work that they do, and we need to make sure that they do it efficiently.
It may very well be the most important board that we point people to. I mean, they have more impact in the community, in schools, geriatrics, you know, there are a lot of people served by this board. And
You're totally right.
I think it's an important appointment. All your appointments are important, so.
Well, anyway, I didn't mean to monopolize. Commissioner Johnson, please.
He was done. I wasn't done. No, so.
Sorry about that.
But this has kind of answered my question, I think. So just to reiterate, you're fine with leaving at the end of 2026. That's probably preferred.
Yeah.
In the meantime, between now and that time, you will stand up your own board. You will create all of those agreements with those providers so that come January 1, 2027, you're already off and running. And basically the only holdover that you're suggesting, which may be a little different than what's here, but your only holdover is just to basically have representation when those final bills come through for those 45 days. But basically everything else that we've talked about this evening works for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And by the way, thank you for wading through. Well, we
Is
had
this,
some.
are all your meetings this long? Good grief.
Yeah, we just do you as our special guest. But no, I mean, the last couple of meetings have been extremely short, so we kind of packed everything into our last.
I saw when I was behind the senior tax credit issue, I was like, wow, honey, I will not be home for dinner.
As long as you're home for breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was interesting, though. I
Commissioner Johnson,
appreciate what you guys are doing on that front as well.
You're welcome
The
back.
measured approach.
You're welcome
Very
back
good.
January 8th to hear the rest of that conversation on the tax cut. Okay, let me just check off the facts real quick. We're part of a Tri-County Mental Health Board. Platte County wants out. Our agreement is for anybody to get out, they have to give us 2 years' notice. You would like to be out in 1 year.
Correct.
And the reasons why you want to leave is because you don't think that it's run efficiently now, and you think you could provide better mental health help if you ran it on your own.
This board was established 45 years ago, right? 45 years ago, there wasn't that much tax revenue for this board. So it made a lot of sense to bring 3 counties together, pool resources. It doesn't work anymore. We have specific needs. You have specific needs. We just think we can better address the mental health needs of Platte County if we are in total control of the board.
And we let you out in 2026, and you'll be spooled up to go in 2027.
I'm sorry?
If you're out by the end of 2026, you'll have things spooled up in Platte County to have mental health services by 2027.
Yeah. And the current providers will probably be involved. And in fact, they're the ones that would probably have to let the mental health, the people who are receiving the mental health services know about the Platte County separation because of the HIPAA rules. We won't know who these people are. In fact, I didn't get any information from the board for months because they were claiming HIPAA. Like, I don't need people, I just need numbers. But,
Okay. So I've always said I think one of the biggest, what's the word I'm looking for? One of the biggest challenges, I think one of the biggest shortfalls of government is how we handle mental health. If there's a better way to do it, more efficient way, and better mental health services, I'm all for it, and I'm all for supporting you guys in doing that.
Thank you.
So as long as there's no major impact on Clay County, I'm all for moving forward with letting them get out of here in 2026 and get their own thing up and running by 2027.
I'm happy to share our ideas with you. For example, we're going to target veterans and first responders. It's not happening now, right? And there are organizations in our community that already do that could use the funding. So.
Something else I think is important to indicate is that while we will put together this separation agreement and get it passed, we still work together. So I mean, if some unforeseen circumstance comes up, we are perfectly, I think, prepared to work with you or for you to work with us, however it turns out, on how we can make sure that this is as smooth as possible. And while Platte and Clay counties are very, very similar in a lot of ways, I think each county has its own unique features and needs that it handles. And I think that in a way, it's a little bit like, I think it was Ronald Reagan that said that the great thing about America is you've got 50 laboratories trying to figure things out.
Yeah.
And so that thought process takes me to, you know, it would not be the worst idea in the world to even have some kind of occasional joint meetings to where we see what you're doing, you see what we're doing, and we start just trading ideas back and forth while we have separate entities administering that. I think there's a lot we can still learn from each other as we go down this road. So, I'm really happy to see that we are able to go through this. And I kind of hated to use the example of a divorce and Neil Diamond albums from 1972, but
more like your kids moving out of the house than divorce.
Better. I like that better. I like that better. We'll decide later on who the kids are. But no, it's like roommates in college. Maybe that's a better way to go. But in any case, and you know, when we get information on this, like I say, I've asked the board to come up with a list of what their assets are. They don't seem to have very much in the way of ongoing obligations. So this should be fairly clean and fairly easy once we get it done.
You keep the computers. Just give us the leftover spare change. Yeah.
Is there any other comment or? Yes, Mr. Counselor.
I do want to address, I think January 8th may be a little aggressive.
I'm sorry?
I think January 8th, our next meeting, might be a little aggressive.
Oh, no, that is possible.
Because in order for us to do what we need to do, there are people we will need to reach out to. I am not optimistic that will be easy to do for the next 2 weeks. So I think January is certainly,
I think you're right,
very realistic.
If the instrument is an amendment to the operating agreement, then I would imagine you would need to talk to our council and figure out how, I don't know. I mean, if it's just action by the commission, then...
No, I'm more concerned about having to communicate with the existing board. And I think that's essential, unfortunately. I think there are requirements that we need to make sure we understand that we just don't have.
Yeah.
And so, Rob, I know Rob, and he and I.
Okay, good.
Yeah. He and I communicate.
I think you're probably right. Maybe I'm being a little too ambitious here, but I think
there's
the
a possibility we
important.
have another project that may take some time between now and January 8th, and I'll
Okay,
leave it
well,
at that.
sort of ASAP, but I think it's important, and I'm glad you're here tonight, Scott, because I think it's important that you hear that where the consensus of the commission is. So, because we understand that, with Platte County, it is not an if, but a when it is happening, and there's no walking back. That gives us the ability to then say, okay, we're going to be supporting that move on your part, and that way we can at least, even if we don't have the actual finished document, we do have the ability, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for giving me that little sidebar. Yes, I think as long as you have the certainty that action is imminent, or maybe not imminent, soon.
I think January is very doable. No question that January is doable. Just that very first meeting presents challenges, and that meeting itself is going to be very heavy.
And I think also making sure that we all agree that December 31st, 2026 is a hard deadline. Yeah. That way we can start putting landmarks out there on when things need to be done.
Yeah.
Thank you. That'd be
Is there anything? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, knowing that that is the deadline would be helpful for us. So whenever you're prepared to let me know, that'd be great.
Are there any other thoughts from commissioners? What I'll do is I'll go ahead and I think I've already given a copy of these notes. I'll make sure that they're updated to council and administrator and make sure that they have what they need to start working on. Given that, do both of you feel as though you've got what you need to go forward? Perhaps not on January 8th, of course, but you feel like you've got what you need as far as, and just get a head nods, or is everybody good with what we're talking about? Okay. So you seem to we have the consensus of the commission. When you get that information, do you feel comfortable with the level of information that you have to go forward?
Yes.
Very good. What I'd like to do, I'm going to send it to the administrator, and I'm going to have him distribute it because that's just a little neater way to do it. And again, as we go forward, any concerns or any additions or deletions certainly would be welcome to be heard by any commissioners as this process goes forward. I think we've got the general framework. With that, unless there's anything further, that will end this particular discussion. And my gosh.
Thank you all very much.
Oh, thank you for being here,
Appreciate your time.
Scott. We will rip through the rest of this. County administrator comments.
Yes, before I move forward, comment-wise, is there anything in between this next meeting for the item you carried over that you would like for me to do? I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
Would you like for me to do any communications or anything of that sort? Because
Something-
what came up
we're
during your
gonna carry over.
discussions was communication with the taxing districts. Is that something you'd like for me to pursue?
Right. What he's looking for is to outreach to the taxing jurisdictions on the senior information, senior tax relief program. Yes, I think we do need to make sure that we have reached out to them. I'm not entirely sure your question, but yeah, it would be good to contact, and Victor gave us a very good list, to reach out to them and talk, and then at some point, whether it's yourself or whether it's a member of the commission, but make sure that we are having some kind of a communication with them.
That's all. I just want to make sure before we got out of this meeting.
Is that good with everybody? Okay, good.
That's fine. Happy holidays. That's all I got to say.
Okay, commissioner comments, Commissioner Carpenter. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Christmas.
That'll work. Commissioner Thompson?
I will say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'll see you all in January.
Commissioner Johnson?
Ditto.
Commissioner Lawson?
I just want to say one thing. We all see Commissioner Johnson as we see him. He's a fighter and all of that. But I had the great privilege of being invited to his church last Sunday and had the opportunity to listen to him deliver a sermon. I was so impressed, I can't even tell you. I look at him in a different light. He has this little halo around his head. No, not quite that good. But no, it was amazing, the wonderful sermon he delivered, and I just felt blessed to have been given the opportunity to be there. Enjoyed it immensely. I want to tell everybody Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I hope y'all have the opportunity to spend time with family and friends and enjoy this time off as much as you can. So Merry Christmas to everybody.
Commissioner Wagner?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say happy birthday 2 days late to Commissioner Carpenter, who I must tell you is so wrapped up in this job that he showed up on his birthday for our BZA hearing and just knocked it out of the park. Fortunately, it only lasted 15 minutes, so we didn't do too much to him on that, but happy birthday. Also want to congratulate my son, who I referenced a little bit earlier this evening, who is graduating Oak Park. He'll walk in May, but he is done tomorrow. Already turned the computer in. My son Truman, I'm very proud of him and just wanted to recognize him. And then for those who stuck with us for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Thursday night football must have stunk if you stayed with us for those 4 1/3 hours. But thank you for those who've stuck with us for the duration. And finally, for those who will celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas. For those who will participate in Kwanzaa, I hope that it is a good event for you. Happy New Year, and we'll see you all next year. Thank you.
Happy birthday, John. Good to see you're still with us, even at this advanced age. Yeah, you're looking older, man. You're looking older. I do want to thank everybody who did hang in with us. You're right. And those watching, clearly, we are not that entertaining generally, but certainly while these meetings can go long, it's important to me personally to make sure that all commissioners have the opportunity to weigh in as fully as possible, to ask every possible question. It takes a little longer and it gets a little tedious, but I think a fully informed and engaged commission is very important. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, whatever you're celebrating, please travel safely, spend time with your family, and leave your work life behind and enjoy what is really important in life. With that, we are adjourned.